Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto Was in Star vs the Forces of Evil. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Yeah, I'm on my way. Naruto spoke into his phone, sandwiching between his cheek and shoulder, as he put his jacket on. Think it'll take me about 20 minutes, give or take. Gotta go, bye. He exit his room and in a blink, Star glomp him. Hey, Naruto. The grinning magical girl hugged him. Do you know what's today is? Ponyhead's birthday. The blonde boy hugged back with a light chuckle. I know. You told me that for few days. Oh, right. Star giggled happily. Sorry, I'm very exciting to see her again. Via interdimensional mirror. He chuckled again as they part away. You said it's tough to contract someone at St. Olga Street. Olga Street. Olga. The magical girl suddenly ran around him in circle with waving arms as she chanted the name frighteningly, and he waited until she calmed down. Without permission, he finished his sentence. Yeah, stupid channels, stupid rules. Star huffed before she grinned again. You think she'll love the cupcakes we baked together? She will, because it's from her best friend. Naruto pecked her nose lightly with a chuckle. Tell her I said hello and happy birthday. Will do. She pecked his cheek. Have fun with Justin and boys. Score a goal for me, will you? I will, and it's touchdown. The blonde boy gave her a hug before he walked down the stairs. See you later. Same. Star waved before she run into her room. She don't want to miss her FaceTime with her BFF because the school is very strict with time. Naruto, you're finally here. Justin waved to Naruto on field in a park. Hey, Justin. Naruto waved back as he approached the group of teenage boys. Hey, guys. Sorry if I'm a little late. It's cool, man. One of the boys waved it off. If I live with my girlfriend, I totally will make out with her every single day or have some fun, if you know what I mean. PFF'd, get a girlfriend first before you can say that. Another teenager snorted and few boys laughed at the blushing boy. We don't make out every single day. Naruto rolled his eyes with a faint blush, only once in a while. He coughed, but we're not going to gossip around about our romance. Are we gonna play touch American football or not? Okay. Justin laughed. Let's split up in teams first. I'm captain for blue team, Jack's captain for red team, dibs on Naruto in my team. Jack, a bulky black teenager, said before he threw his hands up. Aw, damn it. Billy, get over here. The captains pick their players, then the teams huddle up as soon as the teams are completed. Alright, I'm running. Naruto is running back and wide receiver. Justin said, Matt, you're second wide receiver. The rest of you guys are linemans. Here's the game plan. They have been playing for few hours and the game was getting closer to the end, the score's in blue team's favor. Go, Naruto. Justin directed the said boy to opening place as he backpedaling away from the charging players, and he throw the ball up in air toward the running blonde. Naruto catch the ball, running toward the end zone, and he would have make it if Jack wasn't there to tackle him. They tumble over and Naruto feel something hard brush his palm. Oh, shit. Jack quickly sit up. Sorry, Naruto. I forget it's touch game. It's okay, you forget it in heat of the game. Naruto waved it off. It happened to everyone. Sorry Aga. The black teenager noticed something red before he glanced down at it. Dude, you're bleeding. The blonde followed Jack's line of sight to his right palm. He have a gash from base of index finger to wrist. That's too much BL. Jack's eyes rolled up as he passed out. Ooh. Jack. The blonde shook fainted teenager's shoulder few times. Oh, Jesus. Justin ran up to them with the other boys. Dude, you need to go to hospital. No, I'm good. Naruto stood up with a wave. It's just a scratch. It'll heal up in few minutes. Yo, that's not a scratch. The boy with shaven sides grimaced at Naruto's injury. That is a deep gash. I think you need few stitches to heal it. I don't need stitch, man. The blonde walked over to the pile of water bottles, picking his opening bottle up and pour it all over his hand to wash the blood out. No way in bloody hell I'm gonna have needles going in me. As needle hater, I feel the same, but seriously, you need to go to, Justin said. See, Naruto show his injured palm to them, barring gash. The widened-eyed boys stare at his tiny cut slowly fade away. No hospital need. Did your girlfriend cast some heal spell on you before you come here? The tall teenager asked. Nah, I have a high regeneration. The whiskered blonde answered nonchalantly, something I got from my deadbeat father. They stared at him motionless. Oh, didn't I tell you guys? My father is from another dimension, so I'm half human. Oh, that makes sense. Justin shrugged his shoulders and most teenagers muttered in agreement. They have got used to crazy things since Star came to their school on the first day. So shall we wake Jack up and finish the game? Let's. Naruto chuckled. The sun had set when Naruto returned to Diaz's house and he approached Star's room, opening it with a knock. Hey, Star, I'm back. Naruto said, how was your face? He slowly trailed off as he stared at a sight in front of him. His girlfriend was standing next to Marco. The said boy was wearing a pink princess dress with long ponytail and makeup. Time. Welcome back, Naruto. Star jumped onto her boyfriend with a squeal. Oh, you won't believe the day we had. Naruto, that is not what it looked like. Marco waved his hands at him frantically. Don't worry, Marco, I understand. Naruto held his hand up to him. Why you do? The Latino teenager sighed in relief. Yes, and I want you to know that I support you no matter what. The blonde boy nodded sagely. If you chose to identify yourself as female or being a drag queen, I'm 100% cool with it. He led his giggling girlfriend down the stairs. Come on, Star, you can tell me about your day and how Marco come to make this big decision of her life. Naruto, that is not what you're thinking. Marco chased them with red face as he shed his dress away. Star made me dress up like that so we can sneak into street. Olga to rescue Ponyhead and princesses from brainwashing. A week later, Star was prepping herself for her favorite holiday as her guests chat with Marco and Naruto in the living room. And therefore it was dubbed the Banijik incident. Naruto finished his story of Star's first solo outing, that took place a month ago, to Jana's amusement. Wow, that is way better than this interdimensional field trip the other day. Now I understand why you kept teasing her about Banana Wand. Jana snickered, I actually thought it was about your D. Okay, quiet everybody, quiet. Star cleared her throat loudly on couch with a sword, quiet. I assume you all brought your swords. She glanced at her group of friends, containing of Sensei Brantley, Star Fan 13, Marco, Alfonso, Ferguson, Jana, Justin, Naruto and Francis, and one trolled teacher, Miss Skolnick. Wah. Marco raised his eyebrow at her. It said on the invitation. Star dropped her sword with a heavy thud. You're supposed to bring a sword. I was little confused by your invitation. Alfonso held his card up before it get snatched by Skolnick. I am not confused, this is clearly a drawing of meat. I came for the meat. Skolnick thrust the card forward at the princess, flinging it few times to get her point across. I think everyone is just wondering why they're here. Marco glanced at their guests. It's the 37th of Gravnoke. Star groaned, Mun Independence Day. Most guests stare at her confusingly and it make her feel a little stressed as she went to search for something. It's a Muni holiday. Naruto said as Star tossed few objects over her shoulders, trying to find something under a pile of armors and weapons. Kinda a version of your Immersion Independence Day, something like that. Oh. Most guests uttered somewhat understanding before Star pop up with her explanatory book. A long time ago, arrived the first settlers of Muni. Star opened it up to reveal a pop-up story, then she moved a tiny boat's tab while making motorboat noises to few guests' confusion, modest people with noble pursuits. Life, liberty and corn. She flipped the page to show them the monsters, but the wicked monsters rose up and attacked the innocent humans to re-steal Muni for themselves. She turned another page to display the first queen and peasants, so the queen used her magic to turn the simple peasants into a fearsome army. She flipped a piece of paper over the peasants to show them in armors, and there was fighting. She went through many pages until the last page, and the humans won. Ta-da! But wait, Marco raised his hand up in air, you just blew past all the important stuff. When do we eat? The troll teacher shoved the Latino boy away. We feast after we reenact the Great Monster Massacre. Star grinned, now please split into two teams, monster and humans. That don't sound Naruto was about to say something but he got cut off by their teacher. Can I be a Mumin? Skulnik asked. You are already a monster. The magical girl said, that's why you were invited. The grumbling teacher walks to the monsters team and several people chose their teams. Marco, you get to be my general. She stopped Naruto and Marco from choosing teams. Naruto, you get to be the king. Thanks. Marco smiled. What does the king do? Naruto asked curiously. You just stand next to me and look pretty. Star smiled. Okay. The blonde boy muttered, not sure how to feel about that. On bright side, it's a good practice for you because one day, you're gonna Marco joked before he gets a smack upside his head from Naruto. What? You really need it since. Lookin' pretty good. The princess commented on the teams, now we can begin making costumes and after that, the bloody battle can commence. Marco raised his hand again, yes, Marco. What's that? The Latino teenager pointed at floating eye. Oh, that's the all-seeing eye, it follows you around all day. Star explained. It's staring at me. Marco said unnervingly, the eye focus on him intensely. Don't worry, it's just to remind the monsters that the royal family is always watching. She waved it off with a laughter, it's not actually watching you through. That would be weird. By any chance, is it from your family? Naruto asked slowly. Yes, Star smiled. Look like you have to keep your hands off her for a while. The Latino teenager nudged his blonde friend with a snicker, which earned him another smack upside head. It took 2 hours to finish their costumes and the teams were standing in the backyard, glancing at some unique muni trees that Star have summoned with her wand. There, that will keep your entrails from becoming your out trails. Star shoved a large pillow down Ferguson's buff frog costume with her sword. The magical girl was dressing up in a queen outfit with puffy hairdo. My pillow, Ferguson said sadly as the sword accidentally tear a hole in his pillow. Why did he decide to bring his own pillow with him today? Hey, Star, Marco hobbled toward the said girl with few stumbles, due to his giant armor. I've been looking through your, hold on. He lifted his visor up, I've been looking through your book and something seems off. I agreed with him. Naruto approached them with book in his hands. He wear a stiffy king outfit with white wig and powder all over his face. It looks so wrong. Way wrong. The Latino teenager said. What do you mean? Let me see. Star took the book from Naruto then opened to a certain page where knights murder some small monsters. Okay, wow. You're right, guys. I can't believe I haven't noticed that before. Yeah, it's like what Yanks did to Nati, Naruto said before Star cast magic spell on the Mumin team, giving them bigger and dangerous weapons. Sharper, sharper. Star zapped at their weapons with a wide smile, stabbier, and you need to be on a unicorn. She summoned Unicorn under Francis, and now for the monsters, she turned to the monster team and she make their weapons vanish in thin air. Hey, what do we get? The chubby teenager asked. Hello. Star lift her hands up with arched eyebrow, you are monsters. Use your claws. Look, I get it, it's all in past and we can't change that but that is so. Naruto said, wrong and unfair. Unfair. The magical girl looked back to him with tilted head and suddenly, a giant mace fall on Ferguson. I'm so sorry, Ferguson. Star fan gasped as the chubby boy screamed under the mace. Do something, he is writhing in pain. Alfonso tried to push the giant heavy mace off his best friend before the scream ceased. Oh, never mind. He stopped. Marco calmly hobbled back inside the house to fetch his mother for some first aid. After a checkup and one healthy Ferguson, the pseudo-battle was about to start, until Starfan's mace almost smashed the poor chubby boy again. I'm so sorry, Ferguson. Starfan apologized. Come on. Ferguson kicked the mace furiously, only to hop on one foot while holding his other foot. On the balcony, Star nibbled her wand as she looked between the teams and Naruto approached her. Penny for thought, he asked. Star kept nibbled. What do you think about the fairness of this match? You know my answer. Naruto said, it. Hey, Star, everything is set up. Marco hollered up to the balcony, unknowingly cut Naruto off. We'll start whenever you give the signal. Or not, and we can just go eat. No, The magical girl looked around worriedly. It's okay, it'll be fun. Okay. The Latino boy flipped his vizard back on. Here we go. Knights of Muni. Star cleared her throat loudly. Take off your stabby weapons and drive off the evil monsters. She fired a signal spell in form of purple skull and the teams charged toward each other, which become very predictable when you put a defenseless team against team with weapons. No one noticed that Ferguson ran deep into the woods, neither the real Buff Frog unknowingly takes his place after coming out of portal. She watched the one-sided battle with worried and concerning expression. I'm not very comfortable watching this, Naruto grimaced, part of dark history. Poor monsters. Make me wonder about their side of this holiday. Their side. Star winced when the unicorn kicked Alfonso up in air. I don't know, but all monster in past must be evil, right? I don't think so. Naruto said, there might be some innocent monsters that lost their lives to this horrible massacre. Oh, the princess don't want to think about it. Naruto, tell me, why do you support monsters when it come to something like that? Because, the whiskered boy hesitated, You're what? Star looked at him before she noticed Buff Frog reaching out to her, Ferguson. Suddenly, the unicorn tackled Buff Frog and launched him up in air as the princess watched on in horror. Ferguson. She fly off the balcony to the frog monster on her pink cloud. I am so sorry. Naruto was right, this is unfair and so wrong. Ferguson, are you okay? I'm fine. The princess's head whipped around to see the real Ferguson hiding behind a tree. I'm just invisible. Wah! The magical girl realized her mistake as Buff Frog pushed her aside then run away and the princess was about to blast him but at the last minute, she decided to let Buff Frog escape. Alright, let's go eat some corn. Marco said as soon as the battle ended and the healthy Mumin team walked inside with groaning injured monster team, leaving a perplexed girl behind. Star slowly looked up to Naruto as he walked back inside and then at her wand. So confusing, Star muttered to herself before she joins the guests for feast. Are you sure this is accurate? Marco asked her with opening book. You know what? The princess takes the book away. I think it's time we put the book away. Oh, okay. The Latino teenager shrugged. In few hours, the princess will notice Buff Frog sitting outside and she quietly placed some corns on plate outside for the frog monster as her way of apology. Few weeks later, Marco was waiting at his locker as he rubbed his stubbles and he see the blonde couple walking toward the lockers, floating in Star's case. The girl was sitting on a living cloud. Star. Naruto. Marco hollered to get their attention, hurry up. I'm coming. Star panted with heart creatures floating around her and the Latino teenager want to question why she's panting like that when she's just sitting on cloud but he decide to keep his mouth shut, for now. Hey, Cloudy, can you put me down? Sure thing, Star. Cloudy extend a rainbow slide out from its body and the magical girl slide down with a giggle. Thanks, guys. Star turned to her creatures happily, you're the best. We love you, Star. The clouds said together with heart creatures. Love you too. She blasted the screaming creatures away into her wand with smile, an action that really unnerved Marco. She turned to her locker with glowing wand, prepping to use one of her spells. Can you do anything without magic? The Latino teenager rolled his eyes and the magical girl just summons a minotaur to break into her locker with a slap then give each other a high five. He turned his head to Naruto as he ignored Star's childish mock. Naruto, say something. He waited for him to say something but Naruto just stowed his textbook away in his locker before Marco put his hand on the blonde boy's shoulder. Naruto. Wah. Naruto snapped his head to him with few blinks. What's up, Marco? Are you okay? Marco asked, you seem to be little off lately. He's right. Star agreed, is there something bothering you? Naruto was about to say something but someone skated by them. Hey, Marco. Jackie greeted, hey, guys. Marco waved to her as she kicked her board up at her locker before she noticed a random teenager with thick stubbles. Hey, Blake. Sweet beard. Thanks, Jackie. Blake said and interestingly, I grew it last night. One night. Marco looked dejected, I've been working on mine for weeks. Well, do you know what the quickest way to grow a beard is? Star sneaked up on Marco. Is it? The Latino teenager deadpanned. It's magic. The magical girl cut him off with a hyper squeal. I'll stick with my peach fuzz, thanks. Marco rolled his eyes with raised hands. This may not be much, but it's mine. Marco, I've got a magic wand. Star held her wand up. I might as well use it. Use it on your boyfriend. The Latino teenager jabbed at the said teenager. No thanks. Naruto waved his right hand. Yeah, no thanks. She shook her head. He don't look sexy with beard, or do he? She turned her head to him with a thoughtful hum. You know, if I grow beard, it'll cover my birthmarks. The blonde boy gestured to his whisker-like marks. Oh, no beard, I totally love your whiskers. Star giggled, the way you purr when. I do not purr. Naruto blushed embarrassingly and his girlfriend giggles again. Anyway, sometime there's a sense of satisfaction in doing things yourself. Marco shook his head with a chuckle, walking away from them. Let me put a beard on you. Star give a chase, zap 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 zap. No, don't touch it. The Latino teenager ran away. And that's my girlfriend and our close friend. Naruto shook his head at their childish antic. The next day, Naruto walked down the stairs before he see his host parent grabbing few things from car key to tote bags. Hey, guys. Naruto waved to them, where are you going? Another trip. Huh, I wish. Raphael laughed, we are going for a grocery shopping. Would you like to come? Angie asked, we would like to have some help with the groceries. Sure. The blonde nodded as he followed them out to the car. I was thinking about buying some snacks today. Do you think we should bring Marco and Star with us? The bulky Diaz rubbed his chin with a hum. No, I think one person is enough to carry the groceries. His wife said as they get inside the car, and beside, it'll take about an hour. What's the worst thing that can happen when we're gone? Nothing. Raphael nodded with a shrug as he starts the car before he backs it out onto the road and drove away. By the time they return, the Diaz parent and Naruto look outside the car's windows to see Ludo and monsters knocked outside the house into a pile. The injured monsters get up with a grumble as Ludo cut a portal near the car and they walk past the car. At this time, Angie calmly pressed the car lock button to lock the doors and they watch the monsters leaving the area before Naruto unbuckle his seat buckle. Do you want me to get the guys to help us or? No need, just bring the groceries in. Angie smiled back to him as if she haven't witnessed the monsters get kicked out of her house. I bet I can carry more bags than you. Raphael ran out around the car with laughter. Whoa, old man, don't push yourself. Naruto taunted as he walked to the back, I don't want to see you throwing your back out. Oh ho ho, zap. The bulky Diaz laughed. The group carries all bags inside, placing them in kitchen and Naruto walk upstairs. Marco, Star, you up there. Naruto called out to his friends, I saw the monsters outside. How did they get inside? In here. Star's voice called back behind the bathroom and the blonde boy stepped inside to see his girlfriend shaving Marco's thick beard off. Thank you, Marco, for teaching me such a valuable lesson. Let me guess you zapped him with beard magic in his sleep. The whiskered blonde guessed. Yup, Star nodded. And it got out of control. He said. Oh yeah. Marco rubbed his smooth skin with a groan, it grows so faster that it fills the whole house. Good thing Mom, Dad and you were gone when it happened. And the monsters, Naruto said. Oh, they got in because Marco's beard forces the front door to open. Star said, not enough to break it, lucky. Oh, the blonde boy blinked, huh, crazy. Yeah, but not crazy when Ludo almost got the wand until he had some weird breakdown. The magical girl said as the Latino boy nodded, something about tickle monster, she looked to Marco, right. Right, Marco said. Oh, and I think Ludo have a new monster henchman. Star snapped her fingers. Really? The Latino teenager blinked rapidly. Oh, Naruto tilted his head curiously, what he's like. Dunno. The magical girl shrugged her shoulders, I only saw him for a short time and we don't get a chance to fight. He's a septarian. A what? Marco raised his eyebrow as Naruto froze. Septarian, a humanoid lizard monster. Star said. Oh, a lizard man, huh? The Latino teenager muttered. Also he's pretty trendy. The magical girl rubbed her chin, I mean, you don't see a lot of monster dressing up in black suit with red tie. He has gray scales, yellow eyes and slicked back hair, black, I think. What? Naruto jolted up at the info with a sharp hiss as both teenagers jumped at his loud voice. Star, are you sure about that? I'm sure. Star replied perplexingly. And he was here. The blonde boy hissed angrily. Really? Yeah, the magical girl said worriedly. What's wrong? Marco said, it's not like you to get. Nothing. Naruto cut him off with a low growl, his pupils appear to be shrinking fractionally. It's not yo. Naruto. His head snapped sharply to Star as she looked at him with concern, clasping her hands together, and Naruto faltered at that for a moment. What? She reached out to him, but Naruto turned away from her, walking out. I want to be alone. He entered his room with a slam. Wait, nah. Star was about to head to his room, but Marco put his hand on her shoulder. Star, I think you should give him some space for now like he asked for. Marco said worriedly as she looked back to him. I know you're worried too, but just let him be for now. I bet you that he'll be fine tomorrow and tell us what's wrong. If you say so. The magical girl chews her lower lip, but, I've never seen him like that, so angry, it's not like this time with lobster claws. I know. The Latino teenager agreed, and they glance at Naruto's door worriedly. Naruto slumped across his desk with several ink bottles and papers lying around him. It has been 2 days and he's still in foul mood. Not even Star, Diaz family and those runic ceiling can take his mind off this info, and he have been holing up in his room for the whole weekend. Fuck that. Naruto pushed some scrolls away from him and he hears some argument behind his door, following by slamming. Maybe I should blow some streams off by break some trees with my Rasengan gloves and some tags. He took the said tools and jammed them into his pockets as he get up. He take few steps before something grab his ankle from under the bed, immediately drag the screaming boy in, and he black out when something hit his head. Ruto, nah, Naruto. The blue eyes flicked open as the owner hears someone calling his name over and over before Naruto lift his head up with a groan and he glanced to his right side. Marco, he uttered as the said boy pound an invisible wall. The Latino teenager was trapped in an large glass cube with chair. What? Naruto groaned again as he shook his head. What happened? I don't know. Marco said, I got in a fight with Star over dying and sandwich, then I went to my room. The next thing I know, I'm here. Dying and sandwich. Naruto can't help but to raise his eyebrow. What did you guys do early? Don't ask. The Latino teenager huffed. The important thing you gotta ask is why you're out here and not in here with me. Wah. The blonde boy finally take a good look around at his surrounding, finding himself tied to a chair in front of a long dining table within a large chamber. What the bloody hell? Why am I sitting here? Where are we? I think it's Ludo's place. Marco said, I saw few monsters coming in and out, but I haven't seen Ludo, so. I see. Naruto struggled to get himself out of the ropes for a while before he stopped for a little rest. So, mind telling me about the sandwich thing? I said don't ask. The Latino teenager sighed. Come on, man. The blonde gestured to their situation with his head. We're stuck here for a while. Star took me to a dangerous dimension where you can get some living sandwiches that come in many favors because she wants to hunt some ramen favored sandwiches to cheer you up from whatever get you in foul mood. Marco said, it's really dangerous because there were a lot of man-eating monsters and traps that can kill you within few seconds. I bailed us out of there before it get really bad, and she was so pissed off because she almost catch one of these sandwiches. Wait, hold up. Naruto blinked owlishly. You caused her ramen-favored sandwich. How could you? Really, you too? The Latino teenager deadpanned before he pinched the bridge of his nose. No, I should have no. Beside your girlfriend, ramen come to you first above everything else. And don't you forget it. The blonde nodded with a frown before he looked around. Anyway, have you tried to get yourself out of this box? Did you try to throw this chair through it? Many times. Marco replied as he feels his way around the walls. This cage must have some weakness and I need to find it. Before he can go any farther, they hear the door opening and several footsteps, and they look to the source to see Toffee stride in, flanking by several monsters. You! Naruto snarled and several monsters jumped at his shout, but Toffee barely bat an eyelash at that as the lizard man calmly sit down at the other end of the table. What do you want with us? The Latino teenager demanded. What? Toffee arched his eyebrow at Marco. Tell them what you are gonna do to him. Fly Monster laughed as he sit on top of Toffee's throne. Wait till you hear this. Do you mind? The Septarian shook his chair around to get the fly off before the Fly Monster fly away with a grumble and he takes his business coat off. Look, if you're after the wand, it's harder to get than you think. Marco said, lots of people have tried. Eat something. Toffee said to Marco as Beericorn leave a sandwich in the cage, could be your last meal. If you hurt my friend, I'm gonna, Naruto growled angrily. For you, a bowl of ramen. The lizardman snapped his finger as Beard Deer placed a steaming bowl of ramen, miso soup, your favorite. The blonde glared. Geez, this guy really runs some background check on us. Marco frowned, he even get the lawyer look down to tea. He would dress up like that idiot over there, always up for good time. For some reason, Beard Deer punched the glass wall before he cry out in pain as he clench onto his wrist. I feel your pain. You can't find good help these days. Toffee sighed boringly before he looks to Naruto, remember that, little maelstrom. Don't call me that, you fucking wanker. Naruto hissed, you lose this right when you. By the way, which one of you tied him up? The lizardman cut him off, looking at his fellow monsters. I did. Lobster Claws raised his claw up. Why did you do that? Toffee said, I never give you orders to do that. The lobster monster glanced between him and the tied boy. Untie him. The Septarian ordered him. But, boss, he'll attack. Lobster Claws said nervously. Not if he wants to keep his friend alive. Toffee snapped his fingers and the glass cube shrinks slightly to prove his point. Why you? Naruto growled angrily as the lobster monster free him from his restriction. Okay, I gotta ask. Marco spoke up, he's so lost and confusing. The monsters were also confusing. What's with the special treatment you're giving Naruto here? He doesn't tell you. The Septarian's eyebrow corked as he looked at Naruto, which mean, your girlfriend also does not know. Naruto, what is he talking about? The Latino teenager looked at him. Naruto looked at his hands, Since when were you this ashamed of? Toffee said before he see the fly monster putting pillows on his throne. What did I say about the pillows? The fly monster tried to defend himself. I don't need pillows on my chair. Toffee takes the pillow off his chair then throws it across the room, I'm an adult. Okay, the fly monster flew away. Where was I? The lizardman turned back to the teenagers, yes. Your heritage. Wait, is he implying what I think it is? Marco gasped in realization and Naruto was about to say something but several laser beams hit some monsters before Star jumped down onto the table with glowing wand. You made it. Toffee smirked darkly before the magical girl blast his arm off so hard that the lizardman fall down. Naruto. Marco. Star jumped off the table as she tried to blast the glass wall several times to free Marco but the cage reflect her beams away and Beard Deer attempt to tackle her but. It's no use, Star. Naruto quickly smash his Rasengan into bearded monster's stomach, launch him into some screaming monsters. We gotta find some way to break him out without magic. How? The magical girl spoke hurriedly and an random monster charged toward them with a battle cry, only to swat away by Buff Frog. The frog monster swiftly blocks some monsters from getting closer to the teenagers with few well-placed hits and the teenagers looked at each other confusingly. He's on our side, for some reason. The monsters leap at them again and Naruto was about to defend while Star pouring all of her magic into one attack as Marco tried to push himself out from the glass cube. They almost act on it until something happened. Stop. A calm voice halt the fight and almost everyone looked to Toffee as he stands up with regenerating arm. That's no way to treat his arm regenerated completely, guest of honor. Not to mention my long-awaiting reunion with Naruto. Reunion. Star glanced between them confusingly, wah. You know, Naruto, Toffee flexed his new arm while loosening his tie-up. Imagine my surprise when I found you in Echo Creek and engaging in a relationship with, he looked at the magical girl, Butterfly Girl. He spit, butterfly, out like venom, when you should be still in England, studying for University of Oxford. Since when do you care? Naruto snarled, you basically abandoned me after mom died in this car accident. I didn't abandon you. The lizard man replied, I still send you a hefty amount of pounds in your account. Wait. The magical girl recalls some tidbits as she looked to Naruto in shock with widened eyes. Naruto. I was going to tell you. The blonde boy whispered quietly, I tried to few times but things get in ways and I'm scared to tell you that. He turned to look into her eyes, I'm half monster. Star and several monsters gasped, to be more exact, I'm part Septarian. Septarian, the girl's eyes widened. That's right, and I am his father. Toffee said calmly and all monsters gasped again, isn't that right, my little maelstrom? You're not my father anymore, Toffee. Naruto snarled with silted eyes as his fingernails become claws. Now, son, the lizard man held his hand up to him, you're just angry and I understand that, but you'll get over it once you learn the truth. The fly monster approached him with pillow, no, I do not want pillow. Go away. Fine, fly monster retreated. Where was I? Toffee turned back to the group, yes. He took a remote clicker out then pushed the button, causing the glass cage to shrink. The truth behind my disappearing. That is all for us. Marco. Both blondes shouted out before Star tried to blast at cage several times with her wand while Naruto repeating smash his swirling orbs on it in many angles as the magical girl cried out. No. Stop. That's not going to work. Toffee said, that crystal is strong enough to withholding a full power blast if you pour all of your magic into one spell. The fly monster once again tried to pass the pillow to him, one more time. He held his index claw up to the monster, one more time and I'll either throw you in this cage or feed you to a giant toad. Okay, sheesh. Fly monster float away. Don't worry, guys. Marco tried to hold the ceiling up, I think I've got it. I don't think you've got it. Naruto tried to break him out with few runic sealing papers but it ended in failure. Fine. Star turned to the lizard man with a glare as she held her wand out to him, take it. Now let Marco go. Ludo suddenly appeared from nowhere and tried to steal it but the chicken monster suddenly swallowed him up in one gulp. Do you think I'm like Ludo? Toffee scoffed, I don't want your wand. Destroy it. Fought. The teenagers uttered. Surprise. The lizard man flashed them a chilling smile for a second. I can't. Star whispered, I don't even know how. Yes, you do. Toffee replied, it's the first spell your mother taught you. The whispering spell. The magical girl gasped. Exactly. Toffee would lean in but he knew his son would attack him at first chance, Marco's waiting. Star. Marco grunted as the ceiling get closer, pushing him down to the floor. Star, don't give him what he want. Naruto hissed, there's gotta be some way. I have to, Star said reluctantly, I'm sorry, she whispered something into her wand and it turned gray as its light dim out. It died out as the ghost of Mini Unicorn float out then whisper something into Star's ear. Naruto managed to hear some of it by the sight of his widened eyes and she gasped softly with tears. Now let Marco go. The lizard man pushed button and the cage's door opened as it returned to its size. Star. Before the magical girl knows it, Naruto suddenly kissed her with all passion he have before he break the kiss apart. I love you and I'm sorry. Wah, Star said before Naruto suddenly shoved her into the cage and the door snapped closed, no. Son. Toffee's eyes widened. Hey, you. The blonde boy shouted to Buff Frog, run. Oh, my babies. Buff Frog decided to listen to him as he snatched bag of tadpoles from who know where and ran out. No. Star pounded the glass. What's going on? Marco shouted confusingly, did Naruto tr? The whispering spell. She cried, it told me that it's gonna blow up everything to smithereens. What? The Latino teenager gasped in horror, that means, he looked to Naruto as he picked the gray wand up, no. What are you doing, Naruto? Toffee shouted at him, drop this wand and get out of here. No, I don't know why you want this thing destroyed but I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Naruto glared at him as the wand vibrated violently within his hand, both not paying mind to the fleeing monsters. Even if it cost me my life. He immediately tackled his father down, pinning him down with wand between their torsos. No. Toffee attempted to pry him off, no, that is not what he planned. His son was supposed to get inside this cage with the damn butterfly and boy. Kushina will never forgive me if I let that happen to our son, not even I will forgive myself. I might have enough magic to cast a barrier on him and to seal myself in this wand. His hands glow green. Son, one day you will understand. Toffee roared into his son's face, I am doing that for us. Naruto. Both teenagers screamed at same time over Toffee's roar before everything exploded in white light and there was deafening roaring as the explosion annihilated everything in its range. It died out in a blink of eye and only one thing that stand unharmed is the glass cage before it shatter in pieces, freeing unharmed Star and Marco. Naruto. Star quickly ran toward the rubbles where Naruto and Toffee once lie on, then she start to dig it and Marco immediately joined her in digging. They ignored the fact that there was an egg, even when Ludo hatch out with a scream. No, no, no. They clawed it away until a yellow mop come into their views and the gasping teenagers dug faster until they see the body of Naruto. They pull him out and Marco quickly put his ear on his chest, he immediately hear the healthy beating of his heart. Oh, he's alive, Marco sighed out. But how? The magical girl muttered before they jump at the sound of crash behind them and the teenagers look back to see the empty carcass of magical wand. They share a sad look after seeing that and they look down to Naruto for a moment until they hear a mysterious voice. Excuse me. They looked back again to see a new mini unicorn. When I was a baby horse, Mama told me the day will come when I'll be called upon to fulfill a responsibility greater than myself, greater than this dimension. For me, that day is today. He galloped upon the wand then sink inside as the crystal cocoon around it before it shattered to reveal a new wand, the said object fly into Star's hand. Whoa, Star uttered in awe at the new form of her wand. Was that supposed to happen? Marco asked oddly, he didn't expect that. Wait, the important thing is that we have to get Naruto some help. As soon as he finished his sentence, the army of armored knights arrived at the edge of crater and two knights rush up to them. Oh, Marco, I'm so happy to see you. The knight laughed in pure joy. Do I know you? The Latino teenager asked. Marco. The knight took his helmet off to reveal Raphael, it is me, I am your dad. Oh, my turn. The second knight took her helmet off to reveal Angie, just come here and hug your mother. This is so awkward, Mom. Marco glanced at the army. It's not awkward. Angie said, don't make it awkward. She looked down to Naruto in the teenager's hold, is Naruto okay? Yeah, I think so. The Latino teenager glanced at his friend, but I'm not sure. We need to get him some checkup. Wait, how did you guys get here? Star asked. They used, the magical girl looked past the Diaz parent to see her father, your mirror. Oh, she uttered. The group stand in Butterfly's royal palace as Star told the story to her parents, leaving some certain details out. So basically, just to recap, King Butterfly said. You are not going to do that, are you? The queen cut him off. What, my dear? The king looked at his wife. You know that thing when you talk and every time that you get to a word with an S, you have that little whistle in your front teeth. Queen Butterfly said flatly as her husband averted his eyes bashfully, I love you honey, I just can't deal with that today. She turned to her daughter, Star, you have abused your magic, frightened Mr. and Mrs. Diaz, and destroyed your wand. Did I leave anything out? Well there's a bunch of other stuff you don't know about. Star commented as Marco tried to shush her, no, I think that's everything. But look, she held her wand up, the wand's fine, they stare at half-star gem piece, sort of. It's, the queen took her wand, I'll take it and get it cleaned for you. Please don't be mad. Star looked at her mother's calm face, that looks like a mad face, her mother suddenly hugged her, so you're not mad. Oh, I'm always mad. Queen Butterfly released her, but I'm happy that you're safe. Oh, okay, the magical girl shifted her weight, since you're gonna clean my wand, I'm gonna check on, Naruto. Go ahead. The queen nodded. Come on, Marco said to Star as they leave the royal palace so their parents can talk and they walk through the corridors and few floors. You're not going to tell them about Naruto's heritage. No, Star whispered softly. So, are you upset that Naruto don't say anything about that? He asked a little nervous, you're not gonna do something bad to him. I mean, you're Praju. Even if I know that, I don't care. She said as Marco turned his head to her. I mean, if it was old me, I would be so mad and disgusting that I'm dating a monster because they're evil. But I learned that there are good monsters and that not everything you learn or heard about are true. Naruto may be half monster but he's a good guy. He stood up to bullies, he helped people, he liked to play pranks and know how to have good time. Making fun of someone in good harm way. Always speak his mind out on something, someone that I really love. I truly love him. Oh, phew. Marco exhaled in relief. I was actually worried that you were going to dump him because he's a half monster and I would hate that if it happened. I'm not going to dump a great catch. Star said, do you have any idea how hard it is to find a good kisser, do you? TMI. The Latino teenager muttered as they reached the medical bay, entering and they look at slumbering blonde boy in medical bed. Still out. He sighed before he glanced at Star. I'm gonna get some water, do you want any? Yes, please. The magical girl sits down at right bedside. You should find some 4 doors down the hall to your right. Get it. Marco leaves to fetch the water and Star turned back to stare at her boyfriend's face. You dolt, I'm gonna scold you so much once you get up. The magical girl take hold of his hand, giving me a heart attack with this idiotic move. You should have died. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and she wait for her friend to return with the water until she hear a soft groan. She look up sharply with a gasp as the blonde boy stir up from his slumber and the blue eyes opened with few flicks. Wah! Naruto slowly sat up with a groan. Naruto. Star suddenly hugged him around his neck as the blonde boy yelped out, you're up. Oh, you're finally up. She swiftly plant a deep kiss on his lip that lasts for few minutes before she break it. I'm so glad you're okay. She pecked his face several times. Oh, wow, the blushing boy patted her back awkwardly. I'm sorry, but who are you? What? The princess stopped showering him with affection as she looked at him for a moment before she chuckled. Naruto, wow, that is really bad prank. Naruto scratched his head. Is that my name? Okay, Naruto, that is not fun. Star looked worried and afraid, seriously. Please stop that. The blonde boy chewed his lower lip. I'm really sorry, but I have no idea what's going on. The magical girl gasped in shock. Naruto, it's me, Star. Your girlfriend. She looked into his eyes but there was no sign of recognize in his eyes, no. I got the waters. Marco walked in before he saw Naruto up. Hey. His eyes lit up. You're finally. Marco, he have amnesia. Star screamed, he don't remember me. What? The Latino teenager gasped and Naruto glanced between them puzzlingly. And that is your room. Star opened the door wide as she stepped into the orange bedroom and Naruto walked in with Marco in tow, glancing around oddly. Do you remember anything now? No, sorry. Naruto scratched his head as Star looked dejected by that. Why is there so much orange? Star blasted it with her wand after you told her it's your favorite color and you said you love it. Marco answered. Orange is my favorite color. The blonde boy looked around with a hum, sound about right. He dig it for some reason. Another question, why do I have an accent? You're from UK, the Latino boy replied. I'm British. Naruto looked at him oddly. Huh, weird. I thought I'm from part of Asia. You told us that you're part Japanese-British because your mom was Japanese-British. Star said. Oh, and where's my mom? He asked curiously. The blonde girl shifted her weight awkwardly. You said that she passed away a long time ago in a car accident. You're orphan. Oh, wow, Naruto muttered, unsure how to feel about it, which is pretty understandable in his situation. Is that why I'm living here? No. Marco shook his head. You're here because you're one of exchange students and my family is your host. Same goes for Star. I see. The blonde boy hummed before he noticed some photos on desk and he examined them. Most of them show him with Star. Oh. Star appeared at his side with a little bounce. These are from our dates. Not on same one, of course, we took them at our different dates, hee. Right. Naruto picked one of the photos up. You're my girlfriend, right? She nodded rapidly that he thought her head will pop off before he looked at the photo more closer. He was holding a golf club and Star was on his back with her arms around his neck and they look very happy in it. That's from our 7th date at miniature golf. She chirped, boy, we sure love this place very much that we always goes back there for our dates or with our friends. Ah, the blonde boy uttered before he looked at her guilty, I'm sorry that I can't remember anything, it must be hard on you. It's fine, it's fine. Star took hold of his hand with both hands as she smiled up to him softly, it's not your fault that you have amnesia and it have been 1 day already so, she squeezed his hand, you may get your memories back sooner, who know. She get to stay positive for them. I hope so, Naruto squeezed her hands back, it feel oddly right. Maybe his body remember it. We'll leave you be here so you can have some time to, Marco cleared his throat, ingest it in or whatever it is, you know. Yeah. The blonde boy take his hand back away from Star as he sit down on his bed with a confusing blink. If you need anything or have questions to ask, you can come to me anytime. Star gave him a quick peck on his cheek, I'm next door to you. Okay. Naruto nodded as the other teenagers left the room with worried expressions and the blonde take another look around at his room before he decide to look inside some drawers. The next day, Naruto exit his room until he hear some noises and he barely turn his head before he press his back against the wall with a yelp as the wand flew past him, bouncing off the walls. What the fuck? He panted heavily with pounding heartbeat. What's up with your wand? Marco appeared with Star and the blonde boy can't help but to raise his eyebrow weirdly at the Latino boy's appearance because he was wearing towel around his chest with another towel wrapped around his head. I don't know. Star replied bewilderedly. Oh, no, it going downstairs. The Latino boy gasped as the wand flew down the stairs and Star ran up to the rail before she barely dodges the flying wand with a scream. I almost died. She muttered in shock before she turned around to see her wand enter her bedroom and she rush inside with Marco. Is that normal around here? Naruto asked no one with widened eyes as he heard some noises inside Star's room. He decided to go downstairs instead of checking it out and he walked into the kitchen to see Raphael and Angie. Morning. Morning, Naruto. Both Raphael and Angie greeted him with smiles before the brunette woman speak again, how are you? Any changes? No, still nothing. The blonde scratched his head awkwardly, it's really weird, I mean, I don't know much about myself and yet everyone around me know me pretty well. Sometime my body remembers something but my mind don't. I don't know how to put it in words. It's okay. Angie smiled gently, we understand that it's hard on you and we want you to know that we're here for you. If you have any questions to ask, feel free to. Oh. Raphael quickly get up to get something, here, Naruto, I took the liberty to make your breakfast. Oh, Naruto looked at something in the Latino man's hands before he placed it in front of the blonde and he arched his eyebrow. My breakfast is cup noodle. You always love to eat it every day. The man laughed goodheartedly, and you always call it ramen instead of cup noodle. It's your favorite food. The smiling brunette woman nodded. Ah. The blonde took a sip from the cup and before he knew it, it was all gone. Huh, it is. Here, Raphael placed a fresh cup of noodle in front of him, enjoy. Thank again. Naruto eat again before a rumble hit the house, following by an explosive and he look around worriedly. What was that? Sound like Star use her magic again. Angie giggled together with her husband, nothing to worry about. Okay. The bewildered blonde muttered. I don't understand why you're mad that I read the title of chapter 11 about your thoughts on Naruto, Marco said before he ducked with a yelp as a minor laser flew past his head, whoa. Because that was my diary you read. Star shot him a glare, which I'm still mad at you for. Sorry again. The Latino boy held his hands up before he turned to Naruto, so, see anything that remind you? Not really. Naruto looked around at his surrounding, they were in a line in school. He glanced up at the banner that read Career Day. Some people here are pretty nice, beside Lars, don't know why he ran away crying when he saw me. He shrugged his shoulders, the news of his amnesia have spread around in school and the students and some teachers were very helpful and friendly to him. Plus, some of his friends offered to fill in some blanks for him. He felt awkward to ask them for their names. Oh, Lars a bully that you beat up from time to time. Marco shrugged and the blonde boy gave him a funny look. What? The mixed blonde blinked before the door swing open. Mr. Candle said I'm gonna be a musician. Oscar played his keyboard with a big smile. Sweet. The swimmer gave him a low five. I got champion swimmer. I was gonna get dressed, but now I don't need to. They walked by the teenagers. Wow. Marco whistled, everyone's getting really awesome careers. I can't wait to find out what my future holds. Star entered the office with a nervous laughter. Do you, by any chances, know what I want to be in future? Naruto asked him with hands in his pockets. No, sorry. The Latino teenager replied. What kind of career are you aiming for? The blonde asked after a moment of silence. Martial artist. Marco grinned before Star exited with slumped shoulders. So how'd it go? Weird, he asked me if I'm dating you and I said no. Star walked past them. I never get a chance to say that I'm dating Naruto. We can catch up later. The Latino teenager muttered weirdly with arched eyebrow. Why did the counselor assume something like that? I'm going in. Naruto walked into the office and he looked around at the room. Naruto Toffee Uzumaki. The guidance counselor gave him a smile behind the desk. Please sit. The teenager sit down. I'm Mr. Candle. He gestured to candy bowl. Help yourself to some candy. Thank. The blonde reached for some peppermint mint candies. Have you given much thought to your future? Mr. Candle steeped his fingers with a smile. I don't know. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I have amnesia. There was a long awkward pause as they stare at each other. Oh, right. The counselor coughed into his left fist awkwardly couple times as he grabbed a folder. Let me check your file. He read it with some hums. Okay. I see. He looked up from the file to the teenager in front of him. You have excellent grades and one of your recommended colleges is University of Oxford. University of Oxford. The teenager furrowed his brows confusingly. It's a good college, right? Yes, quite good one. Mr. Candle nodded. However, it don't say what major you're planning to take, so. He cleared his throat. To be honest, I don't know what to tell you with your condition because I have little to no knowledge of amnesia. If you manage to recover before the end of this school year, we can set up an appointment and discuss about your career future. Yeah, okay. Naruto nodded before he looked around. Can I go now? Yes, you can. The counselor nodded. I hope you'll get better soon. Thank again. The blonde gave him a wave as he walked out. How did it go? Marco greeted him with a lifted hand. All right, I guess. Naruto shrugged as he walked by to find Star and the Latino teenager enter the office with confidence. Garbage Island. Marco screamed furiously as he threw his hands up. What's the use of taking honors classes if it gets you sent to the middle of nowhere? I'm pretty sure you won't work there if you're in honor classes until you want to. Naruto said. So don't go. Star sighed upsettingly. At least you have a choice. Apparently, the only thing in my future is being queen. Oh, man, I'd love to be queen. The Latino teenager grunted. You never have to think about what to wear, you have somebody do that for you. There was a short pause before he turned his head to Naruto as the blonde simply raised his brow at him. Nothing. Not even a taunt about me cross-dressing again. Again, Naruto's raised brow went farther up. I seriously hope you get your memories back. Marco muttered before the boys heard Star groaned out as he turned to her. People would just love you because they have to, no matter how weird you are. That's one of reasons why Naruto fall in love with you. She groaned again. You never have to bathe alone. Wait, how very intimate am I with her? The mixed teenager widened his eyes with red face. Marco, please stop talking. Star hissed to the said teenager with heavy blush. Oh, I don't mean it like that. The Latino teenager waved his hands in embarrassment as soon as he realized how he phrased it. He noticed Mr. Candle walk toward to the men's restroom, head janitor, Garbage Island. He ran away from his friends and the magical girl let out a big heavy sigh. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto asked her. No, not really, Star muttered as she slipped her hand into his hand. Let's go back home. Okay. The mixed teenager glanced at their holding hands as they walked together. It feel comfortable, as if we hold hands often. They both never noticed that Marco followed Mr. Candle into the office. It took Naruto a lot of time to finish his homework with some struggle and he checked the clock for time. Pretty little late. The blonde muttered to himself before he left his room and walked down the hallway to Star's door. Star, I have been thinking. He entered the magical girl's bedroom with a knock before he stopped in his track with a blink. Star have went under a gothic change and the most eye-catching is her purple hair with shaven side. Why are you grinding axe? Oh hey, boyfriend. Star looked up to him with a turn of her head and at same time, a torrent of flames suddenly appear before Marco step out. Star, I have something to tell. Marco stopped to stare at Star's goth appearance. Whoa. You know, if I don't know about magic before we got back, I'll freak out at that. Naruto pointed at the Latino teenager weirdly. Oh hey Marco. The magical girl turned to the said teenager. Did you know that if you cut off a mermaid's tail, you can never be queen? It's all in the guidebook. Star, you don't have to do that. The Latino teenager gulped. Oh, thank goodness. Star said out loud before she turned to a giant water tank as a mermaid bobbed her head to music in her headphones. I'm so sorry Tiffany, I never wanted to hurt you. Where did that come from? Naruto nearly choke on his spit. Shameful. Marco deadpanned before Tom appear at his side from the fire portal, also give her a weird look. Tom. She gasped before her eyes narrowed in deadly glare. What's going on? I have something I need to confess. Tom tapped his fingertips sheepishly. I used Mr. Candle to try to get back together with you, and it took me destroying Marco 58 games to 0 to realize I was wrong. Like, I slaughtered him. I mean, beating him was so easy. Okay, she gets it. The Latino teenager stopped the demon with annoyed expression. All I wanted was to get you back, but I never stopped to consider what you wanted. The demon looked down. I'm sorry. Star stare at him for a moment before she punch him in stomach hard. Ow. You tricked me, but it doesn't even make a difference. Star glared at the demon. I'm still gonna be queen. If there's something bothering you about being a queen, maybe you can change something about it. Naruto said. Yeah, but that doesn't sound like a bad thing because you're gonna run Muni your way, no matter how destructive. Marco agreed. That's true. The magical girl threw the guidebook away then summoned an Warnicorn before she hugged Naruto happily. Point, stranger. A flying demon pop up from nowhere before it vanished to Blonde's confusions. Why is she hugging him? Tom asked Marco. He's my boyfriend and I love to hug him. Star answered instead of her friend. The demon stared at the blonde couple blankly then his head turned to Marco and back to the couple few times before his eyes turned red with sharp fangs and fire. You can't date someone else. Star, he quickly catch himself as he coughed into his fist few times to calm himself while the magical girl stared blankly at him with a frown. I mean, I like your hair. The magical girl calmly lift her wand up then shot Tom back through the portal with a mild magic beam and the portal vanish in smoke. Who was that? Naruto asked with widened eyes. Tom, my possessive ex. Star huffed before she turned to Marco with a quizzical brow. So you guys were hanging out? Yup. Marco rubbed his neck awkwardly. Is he still dark and broody? The magical girl rolled her eyes lightly. Oh yeah, but he's not so bad. The Latino teenager admitted before he yelped out as soon as Star give him a look. While I'm not against you befriending him, just don't invite him around me and Naruto. Star crossed her arms with a huff and the Latino teenager nodded rapidly with sweats. Oh, right. She turned to her boyfriend. You were going to ask me something when you come in, right? Naruto nodded. What is it? I was thinking about something. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. We're dating, right? So, can we go out on a date? Oh. The magical girl jumped up with a wide grin. You want us to go on a date and hope to regain your memories? Yeah, that's the plan. The mixed teenager replied. Good idea. Star's grin widened. We can go to our favorite dating place. When do you want to go? Tomorrow's Friday, right? Naruto said as both teenagers nodded. We can go tomorrow night, if that's okay with you. Yeah, tomorrow's good. Star gave him a tight hug before she suddenly pushed the boys out of her room. Now if you excuse me, I'm zapping myself back to normal. She closed the door right away and the boys blinked few times at the door. Did she say zap? The mixed teenager turned to his friend oddly before they hear a magical zap behind the door, following by a yelp. Yes, she did. Marco nodded. And I put the poster up the Earth Girl way. Star puffed her chest out proudly as she ate pizza with Naruto at table in food court within the miniature golf park. Oh, so that's why you asked me for hammer. Naruto sipped his soda with a blink. He always wonder why his girlfriend come into his room and ask for a hammer before she walk out right away few hours ago. Yup, she popped her mouth before she leaned forward over the table. So, remember anything yet? No, sorry. He winced in guilt. It's okay. Star leaned back with a sigh. The book said that sometime you can't recover your memories from doing one thing once until you repeat it over and over. Books. Naruto tilted his head at her. I bought a lot of books on amnesia, mostly about supporting. She admitted with a soft tiny smile and sad glint in her eyes as she fidgeted with her fingers. It's only one thing I know what to do. It's not like I can go zap your face with memory recovery spell because of risks and that I'm not comfort enough with healing spells. It must be hard on you. He placed hand on top of her hand. Yeah. Star placed another hand on top of his hand with a whisper before she looked into his eyes. I love you so much, you know that. Yeah, I kinda get gist. Naruto chuckled lightly, make me wonder how lucky I am to have you. That draw and small giggle out from her and it make him happy for some reason. Hey, do you enjoy the date so far? She asked 2 minutes later. Yeah, I have fun tonight. He smiled lightly before he winced, but I kinda feel bad for hitting this guy with club and ball, many times. Star laughed, what? It's just funny that the guy we accidentally hit is the very same guy that we hit on one of our first dates. Star laughed. Really? Naruto can't help but to chuckle a little at that. Several days later, the mixed teenager find himself sitting with Justin, Jana and Jackie in a fast food place. So it's actually normal if something weird happened. Naruto raised his eyebrow at them, like Star on runaway bike, walking dog that can talk and flooded street with floating police cars. Yes, yes and yes. Jackie smirked lightly in amusement. Oh, okay, Naruto blinked bafflingly few times. Here's another picture of your prank. Jana showed him a selfie picture of his camera pool prank. Huh, you were telling truth about me as prankster. He muttered before he looked up to them with raised eyebrow, and how are these fishes alive? They just responded with a shrug. Get any more questions? Justin asked as he scrolled through his phone before he showed Naruto a picture. That's Chantal, she have a huge crush on you until you end up with Star. None at the moment. Naruto shook his head as their orders appear on table. I want to know who's who and what they know about me. He took a sip of his drink, still feel weird about it. That people know you but you don't know them and yourself. The jock guest and the mixed teenager confirmed it with a nod. Sound pretty right. The skater tossed some French fries to her mouth. Hey, where's Marco and Star by the way? Justin asked. Marco went to his karate practice. Jana answered. And Star's at home, something about green cloud and trash. The mixed teenager took a bite of his hamburger. Oh, the jock start to eat his meal. He's another guy you know. Jackie showed Naruto a picture on her phone while eating her fries. His name is. Hey, guys, I'm back. Naruto walked into the Diaz household before he blinked rapidly at the sight of huge mess as the Diaz family and Star clean up. What did I missed? Oh, Naruto, welcome back. Angie smiled at him, please come and help us clean everything up. You're on the mop duty. Raphael tossed the mop and bucket to the mixed teenager as he catch them with little fumble, easy and fun duty. Okay. The confused teenager start to mopping the floor. He'll find out what happened in few hours from Star. It was close to afternoon and the teenagers were in alleyway with Star hiding inside a dumpster outside a donut shop. Star, let's go. Marco said annoyingly, we've been here for hours. No. Star peeked out from under the lid, we're not leaving until the old donuts get thrown out. Why can't we just go inside and buy fresh donuts? Naruto asked puzzlingly. But it's not free like old donuts. She replied before they hear the back door open and she ducked back inside as the whistling worker carry a trash bag to the second dumpster. Evening, Marco, Naruto. The worker tossed the trash bag inside then walked back inside with a wave. Evening, Pete. Marco replied back, and as soon as the door closed, a unfamiliar face pop out with the bag before she fall out, spilling the stale donuts all over the ground. Oh no, 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 no. The dirty girl collected the donut back inside the bag. Star. The bewildered Latino teenager called, "Some lady just got your donuts." What? Star shoot out from her hiding place before she gasped at the sight of the dirty girl, Mina. Who? Naruto glanced between the teenagers as the magical girl walked over to the dirty girl. Dunno. Marco shrugged his shoulders, that is the first time he heard of this name. You're Mina Loveberry. The magical girl squealed. Ya caught me. Mina held her hands up in air, are you a cop? That's Mina Loveberry, Star said to the boys in awe without taking her eyes off the purple-haired girl. We have no idea who that is, the Latino teenager said. Guys. The magical girl turned to them with narrowed eyes, she's the greatest warrior to ever live. Really? Naruto blinked. Her. Marco pointed to Mina. I lost my bag. The perplexed screamed as she ran around in circle with trash bag over her head. Has anyone seen my bag? Has anyone seen my bag? That's a lady who's lost her marbles, the Latino teenager said. No, she's Mina Loveberry. Star laughed with hands on her hips as Mina tear holes in bag, Muni's greatest protector. She turned around with a little pause, at least I think that's her. At least. Naruto raised his eyebrow. Well, why don't you see for yourself? Marco pushed the blonde girl toward the perplet. No, 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 no. The screeching blonde girl skidded. Marco, no. Naruto, help me, help. She find herself facing her role model as she become nervous. Hello, Mina. Hello. Mina greeted loudly with lifting hand. What are you doing on Earth? Star asked. I'm on vacation, the perplet answered, doctor's orders. What are you gonna do on your vacation? The magical girl stuttered. I will let the soul be my guide and wander off to the depths of this unseen planet. Mina waved her hands slowly in circular motion. Wow, Star uttered with shiny eyes. That's what you say when you've lost your marbles. Marco deadpanned. Okay Marco, the magical girl pushed him away before she pointed to a park across the street. There is actually a really great park across the street. Fantastic. The perplet jumped back up on her feet, the perfect place to view humanity at its most docile. I will leave in 2 seconds. She walked backward to the park. Boy, what a weirdo. The Latino teenager nudged Naruto before he noticed something. Star. He looked around. Oh, no. He turned to the mixed teenager. Where did she go? I saw her following Mina to this park. Naruto said. And why don't you stop her? Marco threw his hands up. Was I supposed to? The mixed teenager furrowed his brows with tilted head. The Latino teenager groaned before he jogged toward the park with Naruto in tow. Come on, Naruto. He hoped it won't become very crazy today. The teenagers looked around for a while until. I see them. Naruto pointed to the Mumens in a large mud pit with Mina sit on top of fake mammoth. Ride, my great beast. Mina shouted while standing tall. Ride to the cloud city of Cloudlandia. Get down, ya weirdo. Marco shouted from the wooden walkway. Why is there a giant mud pit in a park? Naruto can't help but to raise his eyebrow weirdly and he never gets his answer. Come on, big boy. Let's get to movin'. The perplet looked down at the mammoth. Ma'am, you leave that mammoth alone. The short old park ranger walked into the mud pit next to Star. I command ye to move. Mina hopped down behind the statue to attempt push it across the pit. That's it. The ranger stomped toward her. I'm comin' in to get you ma'am. Sorry, you can't be doing that. He give out and scream as his lower body sink into the mud. Whoa, going down. What a cruel twist of fate. The perplet watched the ranger sink under the mud with a dramatic flare. Star, she's clearly lost it. The Latino teenager hissed. Why isn't anyone help this ranger? Naruto asked, or why did he just stand there when it's easy to get himself out? I am the conqueror of the beast. Mina stood on top of sunken mammoth, no autographs. Lesson number 1, boys. Star glanced over her shoulder to the teenager boys, just stop thinking. Fuck. Marco exhaled before he held his hands up. You know what, we're staying out of this one. We are. The mixed teenager turned to his friend with a blink. Yeah, just let it run its course. The Latino teenager muttered. The teenager boys watch Mina tearing a swinging set apart from the bench and the blonde boy's sweat drop at the sight. Which ones are yours? A woman asked, bouncing a baby in her arms. Those two. Marco pointed at the screaming Mumin with a sigh. Oh, bless your soul. The woman muttered as they watched the Mumin building weapons out of random thing and Star waving a pine cone tied to a string with some flowers, screaming something about Davy. You know, when they turn 18, they're the government's problem. Actually, the blonde girl over there will be his problem. The Latino teenager jabbed his thumb to Naruto, they're dating. Oh, bless your soul very much. The woman turned to Naruto. Thank, Naruto become confused, I think. Hot dogs here. The vendor hollered at hot dog stand as the people line up, get your hot dogs. Hot dogs. Lesson number trace. Mina said to Star, you gotta gather intel. She shushed, someone may be listening. Learn from your new surroundings. Learn from new surroundings. Star wrote it down in a notepad. Oh sorry. The perplet poked a elderly woman's hair, I didn't know it was a wig. Who is your ruler on this planet? Not from around here, are we? The old woman laughed. She's a foreigner. The magical girl said. Oh, how exotic. The elder clapped, this is the United States of America. We don't have any rulers here. We're free. But how makes the rules? Mina questioned. We make our own rules. The vendor suddenly ate half of a customer's hot dog to the customer's anger. Through the radical process, he grabbed the money from the customer's hand, of voting. Just trying to wrap my head around this. The perplet screeched, you mean you vote if you can do something or not? That's right, little lady. A random cowboy appeared out from nowhere. So, I can do this. Mina suddenly jumped up to stand on two people's backs. Sure, the old woman replied. And this too. The perplet juggled balls. You betcha. Star grinned. Is this legal? Mina suddenly set the cart on fire. Actually, that's arson. The vendor laughed. Freedom. The perplet lifted her hands up over her head. Freedom. The crowd cheered together. No chains or limitations. Mina shouted, I'm freedom. We have learned there are no rules on this planet. It's an anything goes fight to the death. Isn't the president and government in charge of USA? Naruto turned to the gobsmacked Latino teenager as the perplet walked away and the magical girl was about to follow her. Star, wait. Marco ran up to the said girl, you've gotta stop this. Stop what? Star shrugged with her hands, what am I doing? You guys ruined the entire park today. The Latino teenager replied. Marco, Mina was my idol growing up. She said, imagine if you randomly met your idol one day and didn't follow them around. But your idol is bananas. Marco huffed. Look, thanks for trying to look out for me, but I'm gonna go train with my hero. Star gave him a wave before she went off to find Mina. Fine, I'm just gonna enjoy the park with Naruto. The Latino teenager deadpanned. Is that more weird than usual? Naruto merely turned to him. Yup. Marco sighed before two police appear on segways. Sir, we're gonna have to ask you a couple of questions. A chubby cop gestured to the burning cart. Marco gave them some explanation, so a gonzo donut collector came out of a dumpster. He said. Uh-huh, the Latino teenager said flatly. To teach your friend, another gonzo donut collector in a dumpster. The chubby cop raised his brow slightly. Yep, Marco replied. And together, they destroyed a family park. The chubby cop said. Yeah, the skinny cop laughed with eye roll, if I was trying to cover my butt, I'd say the exact same thing. Kneel before me, minions. Mina's voice shouted from the top of some mountain hill, I am the greatest warrior that this world has ever known. The police looked up at the hill before the chubby cop reached up to his helmet to turn the sirens on. Let's ride, the chubby cop said, and the teenagers end up going along for a ride. By the time they reach the top, the cops speak up to the crowd. Attention citizens, we are looking for. She's in there. Star pointed to the dumpster with flat expression and the skinny cop opened the dumpster then look inside. There's nothing inside. The skinny cop looked back. Magic does exist. The chubby cop screamed into his walkie-talkie. I repeat, magic does exist. We already know for months, dumbass. A voice answered back. You were right, Marco. Star sit down to watch the sunset with exhausted face as the boys joined her. Mina was a lady with no marbles. I guess that was good idea to stay out of this one. Naruto nodded flatly. He swear his brain just broke again from the whole crazy thing. You wanna go check behind the French bakery for some day-old baguettes? Marco asked flatly. Of course I do. She nodded. A day after encounter with Mina, Raphael parked the car in a natural park and the Diaz family step out with Naruto. Marco opened the back of the car to fetch some gears before Star suddenly pop out with a shout, camping. The Latino teenager fall down with a startled scream as the magical girl hopped out. What's up, nature? You're gonna get tamed. I don't think you can tame nature. Naruto scratched his head bafflingly, until it's possible in another dimension. Nature's touching me. Star gasped joyfully when a mosquito landed on her arm. Hey little guy. It bite her, cataclysmic total extinction death blast. She raised her wand high up with a scream before Marco quickly stopped her. Star, we're not on Muni. Marco sprayed her arm with bug repellent, sending the mosquito flying away. Nature's nice here. You'll see. We'll do some fishing, a little hiking, and then, he bring a map out. This. A treasure map. The magical girl suddenly hopped onto Naruto's back with a gasp. Whoa. The mixed teenager quickly balanced himself as he tucked his hands under her legs to secure her. What? The Latino teenager shook his head. No. It's old youthful. One of the oldest geysers on Earth. And guess when it's erupting? Today. The blonde couple said together before Star booped Naruto's nose. Jinx. Marco picked a fishing pole up. Well, we got a big day ahead. Let's get started. Aren't your parents coming? Star asked. Nah. The Latino teenager shook his head. You know how most parents show slideshows of their vacations. He gestured to his parents. Mine show paintings. And done. Raphael finished a painting before he start another painting as his wife changed pose. Next. That's quite unique. Naruto said oddly, and very impressive. It only took him few seconds to complete a painting. Yeah, Marco agreed. He don't know anyone who can do that beside his father. So it's just the three of us then. Star rested her chin on top of her boyfriend's head. Yeah, the Latino teenager looked at the couple. Is that okay? Before one of the blondes can give their answer, something suddenly fall from the sky into the earth with an explosive a mile away and the teenagers quickly ran toward the edge of the crater then look inside out of curiosity. It turned out it wasn't a meteor but a familiar bearded king as he slowly raised up from his kneeling position. Camping. King Butterfly shouted with his fists up in air, wearing green underwear. Dad. Star beamed happily and both boys just blinked once. Dad, oh, it's always great to see you. The magical girl smiled at her father as he does sit-ups in the rocking boat in middle of the lake with the teenagers. But what are you doing here? What? I can't go camping with my own daughter. The king grunted out with each sit-up. I taught you how to camp. Yeah, and now Marco's showing us how to go camping here on Earth. Star gestured to the said teenager before she turned to look at Naruto, and hopefully to help Naruto remember if he liked to camping. I like it so far. Naruto nodded while fishing, trying his best to keep his balance in rocking boat. Really? King Butterfly sat straight up with a huff. Is he showing you how to stalk a Narinthian tar beast for 11 days with no food, no sleep, and no clothes? No, Dad, nature's really nice here. The blushing girl quickly waved her arms crazily. She don't want Naruto to know her embarrassing secret. Look at what it gave me. She showed her father the bug bite in attempt to distract the boys. Love bites. Here, Naruto. Star handed the said boy her fishing pole. Show Dad how to earth fish. Okay, sure. The mixed teenager gave the king the fishing pole, swing it back a little then cast the hook into the water. King Butterfly follow the directions as the hook fall into the water. Whoa. So how do I? Amazing. Now what? You're already doing it. Marco smiled. Yay, Dad. Star cheered. Now we just sit and wait. Naruto said. You wait for the fish to come to you. The king become bored pretty quickly. Just relax and take it all in. Marco take a deep breath in, smell that. Okay. He turned his head to see a empty space, where'd he go? The teenagers looked everywhere until the king suddenly appeared from under the water with a giant boulder over his head. Fishing. King Butterfly splashed around with the boulder with war cry, "Yah! Take that and that." His legs surfaced before he quickly grabbed it then punched it over and over. "Oh, gotcha now." The fuck? Naruto stared at the sight weirdly. Is that how things done at your home? Yeah, is that what fishing on Muni looks like? The bewildered Latino teenager asked and the magical girl simply stared at her father beating his own leg up. The group hiked together in the forest as they listened to Marco. It says Old Youthful actually got its name from early settlers who believed that it had rejuvenating powers. That sounds really, Star said. Boring. King Butterfly cut his daughter off with a groan. Why are we walking so slow? Well, I was trying to take it easy cause you know, what you did to your foot. The Latino teenager gestured to the king's injured foot. But I don't even feel it. The king shrugged. What? Naruto looked worried by that. Maybe you should go get it checked out. Come on, let me magic you up some boots. The magical girl agreed with her boyfriend as she summoned a pair of purple smiling boots. I don't need any of that, I don't even need feet. King Butterfly flipped onto his hands. Can you do this, huh? Can you do this? He poked the boys with his feet lightly, causing them to feel uncomfortable. I don't think you can. His gaze shifted to his daughter. Want a piggyback ride, honey? Ah, Dad. Star laughed embarrassingly before she gained a serious face. No. Since when are you too cool for piggyback rides? The king furrowed his brows slightly. I'm not. The magical girl suddenly jumped on Naruto's back. I like having my boyfriend giving me piggyback ride. Whoa, a little warning next time, please. Naruto secured his holding on her. That is the second time he almost fall over with his girlfriend. He tried his best not to look at the king's face because he can feel a heating stare boring into his forehead from the father of his girlfriend. Well, I'm not too cool for a piggyback. Marco tried to defuse the situation. That would be weird, Marco. King Butterfly frowned at him with funny look before he suddenly take off on his hands. Race you to the water thing. Is that the right way? Star asked. No. The Latino teenager turned to her. Is your dad okay? I think so. She waved it off with a little shrug. He just really loves family camping trips. She pulled her wand out. Okay, where'd you go, big guy? She used it to scan the surrounding via the star gem until she locate her father, on top of a tall tree. Got him. What's he doing way up there? Star transform her wand into a magic parasol then fly them up to a giant nest on top of the tree and she immediately find her father sitting still. Hey, Dad, everything alright? Staring contest. The king shushed her as he maintained eye contact with an unblinking eagle. Whoa. Marco lifted his hands up. That's a bald eagle. We are breaking a whole bunch of laws here. How is it breaking a law when we're doing nothing but standing on a giant nest? Naruto asked him before he looked around weirdly, and how does one eagle make it so huge? Man, I miss old Naruto. The Latino teenager stared at his friend. It feels so surreal to have Naruto questioning everything that went against the common sense and all normal. He started it. King Butterfly growled at the creature. Dad, let's go see Old Youthful. Star said. Don't worry, darling. The king replied, once I break his spirit with my eyes, he'll fly us there. He start to speak gibberish to the eagle then poke his own eyes with index finger. Llama pajama llama. Pa, ya, ma. The creature just stare unblinkingly. This guy's unbelievable. You can't let him beat you in front of your own daughter. She looks up to you. Does she though? What is that supposed to mean? Did you notice, she's pretty much over your piggyback rides and only take piggyback from Naruto. She used to love those. And she went camping without you. That Naruto kid's her boyfriend and maybe they went all way there. What? No way. The teenagers stared at his back oddly before they trade glances. My little girl isn't big girl yet. Whatever. Keep lying to yourself, old man. Old. He screamed right up in the creature's face. Who are you calling old? They hear a siren going off, causing the king to lose the staring contest, as everyone look over the nest to see two park rangers pull up to the tree in their jeep. In the ranger station, the king paid his fine with pile of gold coins as the ranger gave him a stoic look with crossed arms. Something is definitely going on with my dad. Star whispered to the boys. Okay, everything's cool. King Butterfly walked up to the teenagers. Turns out that feathered thing was some kind of a sacred animal. Heads up would have been nice. You folks better get a move on if you wanna see that old geyser. The ranger collected the coins with his arms. Who are you calling an old geezer? The king shouted outraged. Oh, geyser. King Butterfly muttered as the group resumed their hiking. Yes, Dad, the thing Marco's been trying to see all day. Star replied. We can still make it in time. Marco pointed to the trail. This trail should take us straight to it. He stopped along with everyone as they stare at multiple trails. Why are there so many paths this close to each other? Naruto asked. Let me see that map. The Latino teenager bring his map up before the king grab it, crumpling then eat the map. Is he eating the map? Yes, the mixed teenager muttered. I was hungry. King Butterfly defended, everything is food when you're struggling to survive. Except we're not on, the magical girl said. Muni. The king sighed, right. Sorry. I'm staying positive about this. Marco turned back to the trails. One of those trails is the right one. Maybe we'll get lucky. He bring his index finger up, eeny, meeny, miny. They stare at the sign that say, Old Youthful 50 miles, before Marco grab his head with both hands. No, he screamed. You know what? King Butterfly held his hands up, I think this may be my fault. You kids wait right here while I score us a ride. He walked away. Oh man, if he could get us a ride, that would be, Marco tilted his head back with a groan. I fucking call it. The Latino teenager screamed as the group ride a charging bear while they were chasing by 4 ranger vehicles and helicopter, I fucking call it. Back in the ranger station, the king paid another fine with gold coins and even his own crown as Marco groaned loudly into his hands. You'll never make it to Old Youthful now. The ranger collected the money, he goes off in 5 minutes, and it's a 10-mile hike. I'm sorry Marco. Star patted the said teenager's shoulder. Oh, come on. King Butterfly huffed rudely, what's the big deal? Dad, what is up with you? The magical girl shot her father a disappointing look. Is this about the bear? The king asked. No, Dad. Star frowned, you've been acting really weird all day, and now Marco's plans are basically ruined. He really wanted to see Old Youthful. No, Star, I've seen it, like, 10 times. Marco looked up from his hands to them, I wanted you two to see it. You and Naruto shown me all kinds of amazing stuff I never knew existed. I just wanted to pay you back. Show you something amazing here on Earth and USA in Naruto's case. And to help Naruto make a good memory with you. Wow, that's nice of you. Naruto said. Marco. She smiled at her friend. Marco. King Butterfly felt touched. I guess we can come back to see Old Youthful or up some other time. The Latino teenager sighed. Oh, you poor boy. The ranger shook his head lightly with hands behind his head as he leaned back in his chair, didn't nobody tell you? The Latino teenager looked at him questioningly, this here eruption is gonna be the last. What? Marco dropped his jaw in shock. Those big city scientists gave that geyser a look-see, and he's all dried up. The ranger explained as the king become upset as if it was about him, he's been fadin' away for years. Oh, he used to be impressive. King of the geysers. But now, he's just a sad shadow of his former glory. Aged out and obsolete. Ready to retire and getting in everybody's way. Yes sir, to use clever wordplay, Old Youthful is plumb out of youth. We should just go. The Latino teenager said sadly. Yes, Marco. The king straightened up with squared shoulders, we will go, and see that geyser. Didn't you hear what that guy said? Marco sighed, it's impossible. Is it? King Butterfly retorted. Tick-tock. The ranger said slowly with wagging finger, tick-tock. Does anyone ever tell you how annoying you are? Naruto asked. Often. The ranger smirked, seemed to take pride in it. What do you say, Star? The king looked at his daughter, one last piggyback ride from your old man. One high-speed piggyback ride later, the king arrived with teenagers on his shoulders and they witness a crowd walk away from the geyser's crater. No. Marco moaned in disappointment and the king collapsed on his face. Dad. Star gasped in worry. I'm so sorry, Pumpkin. King Butterfly looked up. I let you down. Are you out of your mind? The Latino teenager said, you ran 10 miles in 5 minutes, that's like 150 miles an hour. Yeah, and you just barraged through 3 war reenactments, glacier and did a lot of crazy stuff in record time. Naruto nodded. I used to be able to do it in 4 minutes. The king moaned into his hands sadly, I'm not that dad I used to be, Star. You need someone younger to take care of you now. Someone like, he sniffled, your boyfriend, Naruto, here. I'm older too, Dad, but I still need you. The grinning magical girl helped her father up. No matter how old I get, you'll always be my hero because you'll always be my dad. Yeah, while I'm dating your daughter, we know that I'll never replace you. The mixed teenager added, almost everyone only gets one dad in their life. He paused for a moment, 2 or more dads in some case. Oh, come here, you. King Butterfly hugged his daughter happily. Well, it's getting chilly out, so what do you say we go find you some pants? Marco slapped the king's back, causing him to stumble backward with few cries before he fall into the top of the crater. The teenagers were about to help him until the geyser suddenly erupting in a powerful blast of water that sent the screaming king flying high up in air as the rainbow appeared. Wow! Star gasped in awe, it's so beautiful. Her father landed back on Earth, creating another large crater, and he have smooth glistening pink skin all over with no hairs. Look, Star. The king lifted his arms up over his head with a wide grin. Dad. She grinned, you look so young. Yeah. Marco agreed, fresh out of the womb young. Marco, that's weird. Naruto gave him a weird look. Yeah, so weird. Star agreed with her boyfriend. Brand new dad. King Butterfly cheered. And here's the king with his arms up. Raphael showed off his paintings to everyone in Diaz's house as his wife helped changing the painting, and here's the king putting his arms down. And here he is walking out of the crater. And climbing out of the crater. This is so much better than a slideshow. Star grinned. I'll say. Her father laughed. Yup. Naruto nodded as they watched the Diaz parent showing more paintings off and the king stick around for dinner before he went back to Muni with a farewell. That's one weird and interesting game I've ever seen in my whole life. Naruto stared at a towering board game as Marco shook the dices around in his hand, or is it? You played a bunch of weirdest games with us all the time before you lost your memories. Marco rolled the dices. 2. Mini Marco took 2 steps within the board game. 1. 2. He climbed up the stairs. Punch. Chi-oop. That's boring, Marco. Mini Star crossed her arms. Stairs are boring. Am I in game figure that take form of my avatar, or am I from another dimension where everyone are small size like me? Mini Naruto wondered. Dude, is your mini self going through something? Marco raised his eyebrow at Naruto and he just shrugged his shoulders as Star make her roll. 6. He said after check the dices. 1, 2, 3, 4. The mini magical girl hopped forward until she noticed a slide before she gasped excitedly, phew fiiivvvee. She giggled madly. The mini Latino teenager pointed to a spot in front of Star. I don't want to go 6. Mini Star pouted, I want to go 5. You rolled 6. Mini Marco narrowed his eyes, you go 6. Those are the rules. Naruto, back me up. There was nothing but silence. Naruto. He turned to see unmoving mixed teenager with glossed eyes. Not again. He's broken. If the rules get in the way of the fun, what's the point? The mini magical girl huffed. Sing it, sister. Star bring her index finger down to her mini self for a high five. The point is to use the steps to get to the end. Mini Marco said. I'm sorry, Star. The Latino teenager chuckled. I'm gonna have to agree with this super handsome little guy. Oh, stop it. The mini Latino teenager giggled. No, you stop it. Marco giggled. Is that some weird form of narcissistic? Naruto asked his girlfriend weirdly, and he never get an answer when a blackish portal take form before them. Then Buff Frog arrived. Buff Frog. Both Marco and Star uttered. Who? The mixed teenager raised his eyebrow at them. I'll tell you later. Star whispered to him before she see the frog creature bring a baby stroller in, buff babies. She closed the board game excitingly while ignored the screams of mini teenagers. Star Butterfly, I am needing your help. Buff Frog picked his babies up with a whine, my babies. Please be babysitting them. Babies. Star cooed over the tadpoles. I don't know anyone else to ask. The frog creature whined. Oh, I got this. The magical girl puffed her chest out as she waved her hand. I'm like, basically, the crowned princess of Babysitting, right, Naruto? She nudged her boyfriend lightly. I guess so. Naruto scratched his head, and we'll help out, right? Excuse me. Buff Frog heard his phone rang before he answered it, duh. You've never babysat before, have you? Marco whispered to the magical girl. No, Star replied, but I was a baby once. I don't think it count. The mixed teenager whispered to the Latino teenager, earning a tiny nod from him. Yes, I bring weapons. Buff Frog huffed, what am I? Tadpole. It's not that easy, Star. The Latino teenager whispered. We'll bring torture bag as well. The frog creature nodded, see you soon. He closed the phone then turned to the magical girl as he gave her a thick binder, here is binder. All of baby's schedules and information's inside. The magical girl passed it off to Marco, oh, Katrina. He picked a tadpole with big eyes up, my most delicate little glassy pearl. He kissed it, please be extra careful with her. It'll be just fine. Marco replied, we got this handled. Just like a suitcase. Star kept staring at babies happily, totally handled. I don't know much about babysitting, but I'll try my best. Naruto said. Take good care of them. Buff Frog narrowed his eyes, or else, the Latino teenager gulped nervously, okay. Daddy will come get you after work. 6 o'clock sharp. Be good and listen to babysitters. With that, the frog creature left via the portal and the teenagers turned their focus on the tadpoles. Ooh. Star gushed over the babies in the living room as Naruto sit on another side of the table to make sure that the tadpoles don't accidentally roll off, so young, so full of dreams. What bright new adventures will we take you on? A nap, Marco answered. What? The magical girl cried out. We follow the instructions Buff Frog left us and they nap. The Latino teenager said. Then this will be a nap they will never forget. Star clenched her fist up in air. Just read us what the book says. Marco gave her the binder. Fine. The magical girl groaned before she read it out loud as the boys follow her directions. Boris, Alexei, and Anastasia sleep on their sides. Dmitri, Anna, and Igor prefer their stomachs. Mikhail, Leo, and Irina sleep on their right sides. Nadia and Sergey on their left. Katrina is delicate and must be held to sleep. The Latino teenager handed Katrina to her. Ah. I got you lil, babe. Okay, what now? They sleep, then we feed them. The Latino teenager read the binder. And then? Star asked. They sleep aga ain. Marco drawled. And then? The magical girl asked again, her pupils transform into stars. That's it. The Latino teenager closed the binder, they just sleep. Oh, come on. Star plopped her chin on table with a pout, where's the fun in that? It's not just about having fun, Star. Marco rolled his eyes. But babies need fun, she muttered. No. Marco spoke with accent, babies have routine and schedule. Ah. Star groaned quietly. Now you keep an eye on them, and I'll make their lunch. The Latino teenager walked away. Hey, no fair, she cried out. You wanna make 12 lunches? Marco raised his eyebrow over his shoulder. I'll watch the lil bits. Star quickly changed her tone before she gush over the sleeping babies, ah. So cute. Just. One. Boop. Star. No booping. The Latino teenager stopped her, just watch. Naruto, watch her. On it. Naruto gave him a thumb up. Just watch. The magical girl nodded with fixated gaze on the babies. And, Star, think it is a practice for your future with Naruto. Marco joked as he walked out and he never noticed that Star just blushed at the joke when she remembered a certain future video from the time dimension. Did he saw that or was he joking? Star glanced at the kitchen then to Naruto, who was checking on some sleeping tadpoles. Do you like babies? She stuttered lamely. Yes, I assume I do. Naruto replied, gently move one sleeping tadpole away from the edge of table when it rolled over in its sleep. Do we ever talk about babies before? Oh, only when I see cute babies at parks and other places. The magical girl replied. Oh. He hummed quietly, do you know yesterday that Marco and some people said I'm unusually quiet? Is that how I am with you around or? No, you were pretty outspoken and a social butterfly. Star replied, kinda like me but little calm and pretty quick to act to any situations. You also like to joke around. Most people told me this last part often. Naruto chuckled lightly and the magical girl checked on the babies. She cooed. Precious little baby ESSS. Especially little Katrina Kins. The said tadpole in her hands yawned cutely, you just wanna be boopity booped. Okay, just one boop. She slowly lifted her index finger up, then no. But she's so cute, I just gotta. No, Star. He put his hand on her lifting hand then gently push it down, no boop. Wait until lunchtime when they're up. Please. Star gave him a puppy eyes with quivering pout. Later. Naruto resisted it, if you do, I'll do whatever you want. Really? She perked up, promise. I promise. He nodded and the magical girl grinned widely. Oh, ma baby's gotta eat. Star hopped around in the kitchen while the boys carefully put the awaking babies on table before she looked at the bottles then recoiled with a shudder, no way. My babies ain't eating that slop. She was about to lift her wand up and tell. Star, what are you doing? Naruto stopped her with a raised eyebrow. I'm gonna feed my babies with cake. She sing-song. I don't think that's a good idea, Star. He said. Huh. Star blinked at him, why not? 1. The babies can't eat cake, even if they're tadpoles. Naruto counted up with his fingers. 2. What if they're allergic to something inside cake? 3. They're tadpoles so it must not be part of their diet. B. But everyone love cake, and they can. She stuttered few times as she tried to come up with something before she dropped her head down. Fine, ma babies are eating that slop. Her boyfriend doesn't know why it make him amused at her behavior. Guys, hurry up. Marco hollered, the tadpoles look like they're getting cranky. All ready. Star grabbed armful of bottles with Naruto before they walk over to the babies then feed them with the Latino teenager. The Latino teenager can't help but to shudder as the babies enjoy drinking bug slops. You guys like fun, don't you? Star nuzzled a tadpole ball with a baby talk, don't you little guys? The baby burp as it spit green mixture all over her face and she cried out with some disgusting stutter. Ooh. Shouldn't have done that while feeding them. Naruto wiped her face clean with wet towel, chuckling lightly. Yeah, haha. Marco laughed before one of the tadpoles suddenly blasted its spit all over. No. He quickly grabbed the vomiting tadpole before he turned it around, accidentally destroying some plants in its path. No. Oh wait. Star shuddered as the tadpoles kept spitting out, don't do that. We gotta call Buff Frog. The Latino teenager cried in alarm. Whoa there, Diaz. She held her hands up to him. I told Buff Frog I was the crowned princess of Babysitting. And maybe it's natural for them to vomit that much. Naruto checked on the tadpoles to see that most have stopped throwing up and seemed to be fine. We're doing this by the book then. Marco sighed before he grimaced when one tadpole barfed on his shoes. He checked the binder before he slipped on a vomit puddle with a disgusted scream. It says they need a bath. He shuddered, he need a bath too. Okay. Star nodded, you boys collect the babies. I got the bath. She raised her wand up, squeaky clean bath beam. A full bathtub appeared on a table, breaking it in process with a thud. You know you should just put the tub on floor. The mixed teenager said. Bad aim. She blushed embarrassingly. I got one. Marco catch a tadpole before he slipped on water, ow. The baby vomited on his face, Really? It took teenagers about 10 minutes to catch the bouncing tadpoles and they were bathing them. Phew. Star slumped over the edge of the tub exhaustingly as the tadpoles floating in water before her wand rang and she checked it to see it's from Buff Frog. What do I do? She freaked out, what do I do? What do I do? Answer it. the boys said together. I don't want to answer it. She whined before she noticed the babies dancing to her wand's ringtone. Ah, they're dancing to the music. And they're done with the bath. Naruto picked them out carefully, drying them off with Marco. That is so cute. Star gasped, oh my gosh. We gotta send Buff Frog a photo. She took a picture of babies with her magical wand, say County Orn. She snapped a photo then texting, we miss you daddy. We are counting on you. On send. You know Naruto, you're pretty good at this. Thanks. The mixed teenager grinned. What am I, chopped liver? Marco rolled his eyes with a deadpan expression. Suddenly, a tadpole sprout 2 legs as it jumped out of the tub. Legus. The magical girl squealed loudly, legs, 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 legs. There's not a chapter in the binder about growing legs. Marco quickly scanned the binder with widened eyes. Guys. Naruto catch their attentions before they see that the other tadpoles have grown legs. They're all growing legs. Star bounced happily at the croaking babies and the Latino teenager give out a loud scream as soon as the babies start to run around the house. Quick! The crying Latino teenager chased them, catch him. Ah, except little Katrina. Star lifted the said tadpole up, Katrina haven't grow legs like her siblings. She feels left out. Must be late bloomer. Naruto patted Katrina gently. Never mind Katrina. Marco screamed, do something. Fine. She handed the baby to Naruto, stay put, little buttercup. Naruto'll take good care of you. Did you almost call him Da? The Latino teenager can't help but to smirk before he scream out as several running babies tackle the back of his legs, knocking him over in process. Ow. Don't play too rough now. Star grinned as the tadpoles worked together to pick Marco up somehow then carry him away. Have fun. Fun. Marco cried out. This isn't fun, he yelped out when the babies threw him out of the window then lock it somehow and they ran to lock the front door, again, somehow. Hey, let me in. How did they do that? Naruto blinked rapidly before he turned to his girlfriend, only to see her sliding down the stair railing with the babies and run up to repeat it over and over. Guess it's you and me then. He glanced at Katrina before he sit down on the sofa and the baby fall asleep right away. He can hear some shouting and screams along with racing footstep. Naruto, is Katrina with you? Marco's voice shouted from the second floor. Yeah, she's with me. The mixed teenager hollered back quietly as possible as he can, rocking the sleeping baby. There was nothing but noise upstairs then there's music, following by, snapping noises with Marco's agonized scream, wonder what's going on up there. A portal opened up before Buff Frog step out with some soot spots and he smile at the sight of his babies line up in front of exhausted babysitters. Babies. Buff Frog smiled and the tadpoles stand up with croak, running up to their gasping father. Ah. He scooped them up in his arms and he start to sob loudly. Hey, are you okay? Marco asked worriedly. I miss baby tadpole grow legs. The frog creature sobbed, most important developmental stage of child development. Well, little Katrina hasn't grown her legs yet. Star held the said tadpole up before she placed the baby down on floor gently. My little late bloomer. Buff Frog cooed at his favorite child before Katrina sprout muscular legs, come to papa. He cried joyfully and he'd pick his running daughter up then bop it as the rest of his children climb onto his shoulders. Boop. Bye, little Katrina kins. The magical girl waved. Don't forget the binder. Marco bring the binder out as some bear traps fall out. Look, we added a chapter. He opened to reveal photos of tadpoles running around and babysitters. Ah. The frog creature cooed before he smiled at the teenagers. Thank you, Star Girl, Mauler Boy and Karate Boy. I will remember this, like something I will never forget. He stepped through the portal with his children. I like that guy. Star put hands on her hip with a grin. Which one am I? Naruto asked, Mauler or Karate? And why? The former, because you were pretty brutal with the monsters we fought from time to time. The Latino teenager replied and the mixed teenager just blinked owlishly. Now, Star yawned before she tackle her yelping boyfriend down on the sofa then cuddle up to him, time for nap. Wait. The blinking mixed teenager looked down to see that his girlfriend just passed out from exhaustion and he look over to see that his friend have also passed out on floor with some snore. I guess one nap won't hurt. He closed his eyes with a yawn. Angie and Raphael enter the house with grocery bags and they spot Naruto in living room, looking through a blue album with rainbow-colored star patterns. Hey, kiddo, what are you doing? Raphael shot him a big grin. Hey, Diaz. Naruto looked up to greet them before he glanced back to the album. I'm just looking through Star's album to see if anything trigger for me. Oh, any progress? Angie put the bags down in kitchen with her husband then back to the living room. No, not really. The teenager replied as he turned page to see some photo of him, Marco and Star in different locations with different people. Kinda weird to see myself in those. There's sure a lot of picture of me and Star in this one. Where's Star and Marco? The brunette asked curiously as she looked around for the said teenagers. They went with Star's friend, Pony Head, to get some food in another dimension. Naruto furrowed his brows in confusion, something called goblin dogs. Oh, and you're still here because... Angie tilted her head slightly. I don't feel hungry. The teenager shrugged. Star had begged him to come for a while and she give up after he promised her 2 dates the next 2 days. Well, I hope you'll be hungry in time for dinner because we're going to whip up some of our famous meal tonight. The smiling brunette walked back into the kitchen. Which is? Naruto blinked. Burritos, tacos, porks and meatballs. Raphael grinned. Off, sound like heartburn. The teenager muttered. Yes, a good heartburn. The Latino man smacked Naruto's back with a belly-splitting laughter. Would you like to help us out with cooking? Sure. Naruto nodded before they join Angie in the kitchen. He figure it'll be good idea for him to help out since he's their guest and he want to repay them for their kindness. Star and Marco would return to the house few hours later, just in time for dinner, and Naruto listened to his girlfriend telling him about her day with some exaggeration. Several days later, there was a lot of smokes in the backyard when Naruto stepped out with a water bottle and he approached Star, who was lying on ground while Marco holding a large book up with his back. I'm not good at these new spells. Star groaned, why can't I just stick with a narwhal blast? Naruto give her the bottle, thank you. She took a sip. Because there are other spells in your book. Glossaric floated by on a donut. Yeah, but, the magical girl passed the bottle back to her boyfriend. Oh, Star. The blue elder cut her off as he gestured to the opening book, look. This one's got pictures. Can we do it? That's got a lot of steps. Star muttered nervously. Star, can you just do the spell, please? Marco pleaded under the book, this book is so heavy. Ah. The groaning girl rolled over on her belly then get up, alright. What do I gotta do? Start with the first one. Glossaric pointed at the first image and Star just crossed her arms with bored expression. Close enough. He sighed, I guess. Now how about this one? He pointed to the next image and the bored magical girl just lift one arm up lazily. He hummed annoyingly, okay, see to me, it looks like you're gonna wanna get both arms up like way up together. She barely move her another arm an inch more. 2 inches up and out, Star. He called out, look at me. Huh. Star barely gave him a glance. All the way up. The blue elder posed with his arms straight up at angle, pointing at 11. Earth 11 or Muni 11? She asked. They're the same, Star. Glossaric groaned, this is impossible. Look, I know how to cast a spell, okay. Star said before she spin around with rotating arms, twirl, 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 helicopter arms, warnicorn stampede. She fire a beam up in air before a tiny purple warnicorn drop on ground with a cute neigh. See, I did it. But, Star, that's a single warnicorn. Glossaric sighed tiredly, a stampede is many warnicorns. I think somebody needs to get back to studying her spell book. No one listened to Marco's cry for help when he got crushed under the heavy book. You know what, Glossaric? She said as Naruto pulled Marco out under the book, I'm done with the book for today. Come on, boys. Let's go have fun with our friends. Oh, I thought we were friends but, the blue elder muttered sadly. What? Star widened her eyes before she waved her hands. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not what I meant. We're friends. I just don't have fun with you. But that is so fine cuz it's not like you like having fun, right? Obviously. That's why you're alone all the time. Lonely people can be cool, like you. You're like a wise old hermit. Or like, she stuttered as the blue elder become more dejected every time she opened her mouth, like a wise old monk. Or she shrugged with a sigh, well I don't really know what you are but. Wow. Glossaric uttered, say no more. I know when I'm not wanted. He floated into the donut box and closed the lid tight. No, no, no. Star hopped side to side with sweats. I won't be bothering you ever again. The blue elder's voice spoke from inside the box. Oh my gosh, she cried guilty, I am so sorry, Glossaric. No, of course you're our friend. Ah, is he though? Marco asked with arched brow, all this guy has ever done for us is hand out weird riddles and eat pudding. Ah, Star slapped the Latino teenager then hugged the box with teary eyes, don't you talk like that about our friend Marco. We have to make it up to him. Alright, the Latino teenager held his hands up, look, my uncle Enrique hid in a box for 3 days once. I know how to handle this. Why was your uncle hiding in a box in first place? Naruto asked him oddly. It's a long story. Marco shook his head wearily. The teenagers watch a movie in theater and it was about a romance between a man and a tentacle monster. See, Star said to the donut box between her and Marco as she held hand with Naruto, isn't this fun? Just 4 good friends watching a movie together. 'Cause that's what good friends do. Marco, please tell Star we are not talking. Glossaric said, and Naruto don't count because he's her boyfriend. Star, Glossaric said he's still not talking and Naruto don't count as friend because he's your boyfriend. Marco said before he glanced at the box, Glossaric, can you be nice and pass this popcorn candy mix to Star? Let me think. The elder said, no, but I will have these. His arm shot out to take all of Latino teenager's foods. Hey, the Latino teenager cried. Oh, boom nuggets. Glossaric's voice moaned in bliss, I know where you're going. They're my boom nuggets. Marco mumbled bitterly. Hey, no big deal. Star lift her wand up, I'll just make us some more snacks. No, wait. The widening-eyed Latino teenager yelped but it was too late. Cotton candy cloud. The magical girl summoned in pink cloud above Marco's head. Huh. Marco blinked up to the cloud, that worked out better than. The cloud rained spaghetti on him, ah. You know, it might not kill you to study a bit more. Oh, don't you start to Marco. Star hissed with a glare. Glossaric, you'll miss the whole movie if you stay in there. The Latino teenager whispered down to the box, I thought you liked romantic comedies. Yeah. Glossaric's voice replied, oh, yeah. I've seen this one before. And the squid lady dies in the end. Everyone in the theater was understandingly outraged by the spoiler as they threw their popcorns and drinks at Marco and the box. Naruto somehow gets Star and himself out of the firing range. It was nighttime when Star sleep in her bed until 2 monster shadows appear in front of her with Screech and Star quickly leap out with her wand. I can't hold her back much longer. Star screamed while holding her wand up as the monsters just waving their arms up and down, Glossaric, help me. Marco, Naruto, could you do me a favor and tell Star she should ask one of her Earth friends to help out? Glossaric replied with a yawn. You can stop, guys. She sighed, he called our bluff. Told you it won't work. Naruto removed his mask with a deadpan expression and Marco just take his mask off with a screech. Stop, Marco. Star deadpanned. Oh, sorry. Marco apologized. The next day in an random alley, the teenagers stand in front of an filthy dumpster and the Latino teenager lift the lid up. This is the most disgusting dumpster in town. Marco muttered to himself as the magical girl tossed the donut box inside before the teenagers run to hide around the corner, the smell will get him out of the box. Alright. Star pumped her fist up, we're getting Glossaric back. Guys. Naruto catch their attention as he pointed to a truck pulling up to the dumpster and it picked the trash up, tossing everything in between the crusher. Glossaric. Star raced with the other and suddenly, an dimensional portal appear with pair of scissors poking out as the magical girl screamed out when she almost run into it with a skid. A giant bird flew out with spider and a familiar figure. What the? The trio land in front of them to reveal Ludo with evil smile, Ludo. She shouted in shock, you're back. Ludo's back. Marco gasped. Yes, I am. Ludo smirked. I tossed you into the abyss. Star jabbed thumb over her shoulder, still in shock. She tossed you into the abyss. The Latino teenager copied her action, also still in shock. Yes, you did. The Kappa's smirk widened before both magical girl and creature lift their wands. What? Huh. The magical girl blinked at his wand before they cried together in shock and confusion, you have a wand. You both have wands. Marco pointed at both Star and Ludo. Okay, seriously, Marco, that's getting annoying. Ludo deadpanned. Actually, he's right. Star agreed with a deadpan expression. Who's he? Naruto raised his hand up, completely confused throughout the whole thing. What? The Kappa gasped at him with widened eyes before he'd point at him, you know who I am. It's me, Ludo. After everything we all went through. You basically scarred me for life when you maimed these poor monsters in a brutal way. I what? The mixed teenager blinked once. He have amnesia. The magical girl replied. Oh. Ludo blinked, I am so sorry to hear about that. Hope he'll get better soon. It must be hard on you guys. Star said. Star Butterfly, you're coming with me. The Kappa screamed out when his wand launched a powerful blast, sending him flying backward until he crashed into a wall and he accidentally destroyed a building in process. Rainbow Fist Punch. The magical girl shouted her spell out and the magical fist shot out, only to plop down weakly. What? That's your rainbow punch. Ludo laughed mockingly at her. What am I supposed to do? Naruto watched his girlfriend fighting the Kappa in a magic battle, then to Marco, who was struggling with giant spider and eagle. This is the worst wand fight I've ever seen. Marco grunted out, it's very sad and pathetic in his option because all the spells always come out weak and wrong, or fizz out. Oh no, I don't have time for this. Star gasped when she saw that the garbage truck slowly crushed the trash and she was about to run but. Hey, we aren't done. Ludo tried to stop her with misfire spell, come back here. Seriously. She's very annoyed with her misfire and the Kappa took off in air with a scream as his wand blast off like rocket. Marco noticed the garbage truck almost close its crusher and he quickly tossed a lid of trash can inside to hold the crusher open. Nice. She was forced to resume the battle with Ludo and the lid slowly bent as Naruto ran over. Star, the lid. Marco hollered, it isn't holding. I got it. Naruto grabbed the box out, just in time as the lid gave out and the crushers closed with a loud crunch. Way to go. The Latino teenager hollered again, he didn't notice the mixed teenager in first place. Remind me to give Naruto a biggest smooch after that. Star hollered, caused the mixed teenager to blush hard. Now, princess, I give you a choice. Ludo managed to land on ground after his wand's misfired spell give out, come with me or die. Warnicorn Stampede. The magical girl thrust her wand out and it summoned a small cute warnicorn. Fine. The Kappa held his wand up as it charged up, have it your way. It's going to be pretty hard to miss from here. Before everyone know it, a donut box suddenly flew past them as it knocked Ludo down and Glossaric come out in meditate pose. Glossaric uttered. Glossaric. Star gasped happily and the blue elder whistled before the spell book flew into Star's hands from a long distance, causing her to gasp. What? Ludo jolted up with a gasp, a book. Now read. The elder spoke. Star read the page in the book before she go through the poses as her wand gather magic energy, Warnicorn Stampede. A magic beam zap out from her wand and it take form of many charging warnicorns. What is that? The shocked Kappa cried out before the warnicorns tackle him and his allies through the portal, then the portal disappear in thin air. Oh. Star uttered in awe. You did it. Marco appeared at her side with Naruto, that was so cool. I'll say. Naruto nodded. Yeah, it was. She agreed with a wide grin, and all I had to do was read from the book. Well, my work here is done. Glossaric sat on the opening book before it close up on him. Glossaric. Star turned the book up with some struggle, I'm sorry we hurt your feelings. Oh, you didn't hurt my feelings. The elder brushed it off as he poked out from between pages, I have no feelings. It was all part of the plan. What? The mixed teenager uttered. What do you mean, part of the plan? She blinked. Yeah, why'd you lock yourself in the donut box then? The Latino teenager crossed his arms with suspicious look. I went into that box on purpose because I needed to get to that candy. Glossaric said. Oh, Marco uttered before he became more confused. Wait, why? Well, how would you rocket yourself from his hands? The elder gestured to Naruto while looking at the Latino teenager. What? The Latino teenager feels so bewildered right now, I don't know. Marco. Glossaric lifted his index finger up with a shaking head. I had to be in that donut box so I could land at Ludo's feet to trip him up and save the day. Wait. Marco held his hands up with rapid blinks, so you're saying you did all that on Boom Nuggets. The elder laughed. Fine. The Latino teenager's shoulders slumped. You're bullshitting, right? Naruto asked the elder with an arched eyebrow. Maybe. Glossaric kept laughing as he retreated inside the book and the teenagers just blink with different reactions. That must be a bizarre family meeting I've ever been to. Naruto glanced around at his surrounding. To my little knowledge, Star have invited him and Marco to some kind of family reunion. Where's Star? Marco asked, peeking around with arched eyebrow, and the mixed teenager simply replied with a shrug. Do you, by any chance, know why everyone are crazy about corns? The mixed teenager asked, glancing at the little kids eating and sucking on corncobs like some adults at the long table. The teenagers and the kids were sitting at kids' table and they hear trumpets playing. Ladies and gentlemen of the Butterfly Johansson annual picnic, lunch is served. A servant carried a large covered plate up to the table and the Johansson family of barbarians cheered loudly, roughing around with each other while the Butterfly family stands still with snobbish air around them. Food. One of the Johansson members roared. You know, Lord Mildrew is still single. A chubby older noble woman said flatly to Queen Butterfly, never too late to start over, dearie. Yes, Aunt Etheria, I heard you the first 100 times. Queen Butterfly replied flatly. May I present the first course? The servant lifted the lid up to reveal Star on the plate with a wide grin and everyone stare at her in pure puzzlement. Check out this big girl sitting at the grown-up table. Star thrust her fists up in air with a cheer and the adults exchanged glances at each other. I'm too old to be sitting at this stupid kid's table. The magical girl scowled with crossed arms as she was forced to sit with the teenagers and children at a small table. It's not stupid. Marco chewed on his corncob. We get all the municorn we want. It's so good. He turned to a toddler with a mohawk. My man here knows what I'm talking about. Right, hungry buddy. The toddler suddenly spit foods all over his face, causing the Latino teenager to groan in disgust. I mean, really. Star raised a goblet with a top, sippy goblets. Naruto removed the top with a twist and pop. Thank you, Naruto. Her face gets splattered with some foods, due to a butterfly kid playing around with her food, and Star slowly raised her glowing wand up with a growl. Thankfully, the mixed teenager pushed her hand down gently without uttering a word. Whoa. The Latino teenager held his hands up. What's the big deal? All the fun is happening over there. She pointed to the grown-up table where the Butterfly family were fed by their servants while the Johansson family ate their foods messily, and it looked like both families were annoyed by each other. Oh, it's starting to happen. She squealed excitingly before she bit the chair with shiny eyes. What? Naruto blinked at her with a raised eyebrow. What's starting to happen? Marco questioned. Grown-up stuff. Star nodded her chair and the families start to arguing loudly over each other. There's no need for any of this, I just want eat. Queen Butterfly stood up calmly. You Johansson spoiled my appetite like you spoiled the Butterfly family tree. Etheria screeched. Oh, here now, let's put a stop to this. The queen tried to halt the argue with a clicking tongue. Tut tut. Your neck ruffles are choking off the oxygen to your brain. King Butterfly screamed. River. Queen Butterfly glared at her husband sternly. You Li, the king caught himself with few coughs. Oh. Yes, of course. He climbed onto the table to get everyone's attention. Now. There's no need for all this back and forth about who's better than who. We're all royalty, as you know. There is a way we can settle this petty dispute like the civilized people we are. He pulled a blue flag out with a mighty shout, flags. Everyone cheered as they pulled their red and blue flags out and the queen just facepalmed in furious. Flags. Star stood up on her chair with a pink flag. It's about time. The king laughed as he ran off with everyone but the queen. I've been thinking about this all year. Come on, guys. The magical girl pulled Naruto and Marco out of their seats by their arms. Let's play. All we have to do is be the first to get this flag up there. She pointed to a large hill. Ooh, Marco grinned, like king of the hill. I rock at that game. Not that hill. Star gestured to a giant mountain that looms over the hill and the boys can see many different obstacles. That hill. Ooh, the Latino teenager's eyes shined. Is that dangerous? Naruto asked and his friend turned his head to look at him. Again, I really miss old you. Marco groaned and the mixed teenager just blinked at him. And the winner gets to look down on everyone else for a whole year. Star continued with a grin, I am so ready for this. She turned to run forward, only to bump into her mother. No way. Queen Butterfly snatched the flag from her daughter's hands then walk away. The magical girl whined to her, that's my flag. You can have it back after the match, but you won't be playing flags today. The queen replied. Why not? Star asked, you played flags when you were my age. I did a lot of things you won't be doing. Queen Butterfly answered as her growling daughter gave her a glare. I know it's boring to be the oldest at the kids' table, but you're not ready to be the youngest at the adults' table. She pointed to the kids' table behind them, now go and help your little cousins chew their corn. With that, she walked away from the teenagers. I'll show her. The magical girl grumbled, I can play this game, and I will win. She jogged toward the hill while glancing back to the teenager boys, come on, guys. You two are on Team Star. But you heard your mom. The Latino teenager jabbed a thumb over his shoulder, we're supposed to stay at the kids' table. Don't you worry. Star pulled her wand out with a mischievous smirk, we'll be sitting at the kids' table. 3 corn dummies later, the teenagers sneakily hide behind the families as they line up at the starting line and the servant clear his throat from the high chair. The game will commence when all participants are at the ready. The servant announced. So if both sides of your family are playing against each other. Marco whispered to Star, whose side are we on? Duh. Star huffed, our side. Here's to another spirited game of flags. The servant paused for a moment, let us not have a repeat of last year's unfortunateness. What is he talking about? Naruto asked his girlfriend. Just before he reached the peak, Uncle Lump got his body cut off. The magical girl answered causally. What? The Latino teenager's eyes widened. Relax. Star shushed him, he's fine. He's right over there. She pointed to a horse with man's head sewed onto its body. Nay. Lump clenched a blue flag in his mouth, nay. I think he likes it better this way. The magical girl muttered. You sure about that? The mixed teenager asked with weird look. Maybe. She replied. Ready, set, flags. The servant announced with a gunshot and everyone scattered with battle cries. Here we go. Star ran with the boys in tow, hiya. They start to scaling the base of the mountain and Marco feel himself slipping off a cliff. Star, Naruto, little help. Marco hollered out. Oh, here, my dear boy. A purple-haired noble man held his hand out to the teenager with a friendly smile, allow me to assist you. Hey, thanks. The smiling Latino teenager reached out to him. Marco, no. Star shouted out to warn him but it was too late when Marco grabbed it and all of a sudden, the man's hand pull out to reveal an bulky servant as the screaming Latino teenager fall down along with the bulky man. Oh, the purple-haired man gasped mockingly, by my troth, you most surely ate it on that one. He turned to shake his bottom over the cliff, smooch my royal hindquarters. He ran off with a chuckle, toodles. Nice takedown, Uncle Hartrude. The magical girl grinned at the purple-haired man as she ran down the hill with Naruto. Is that how it is done? Naruto asked her weirdly and concerned. Yup. Star replied giddily before they reached Marco, who was standing over the lying servant while holding his hand firmly. Marco yanked his hand few times, let go. He managed to free himself from the servant's hold. You good? The magical girl asked. Why did you congratulate him? The Latino teenager pointed up to the cliff, he pulled me down. That's flags. Star replied, that's how you play. She grabbed the boy's hands then run back up the hill, we gotta keep moving. They ran until they come across Hartrude with his lower body trapped in a bear trap. "Prithee, may I accept some assistance?" Hartrude begged. "Dream on, Uncle Jerkface," Marco hollered back as the teenagers ran by the purple-haired man. "Woe sakes." The purple-haired man looked down at his legs. "I have not the choice but to gnaw off my own fibula." With the racing teenagers, Star spot a dark sky ahead and she speak back to her allies. "We're going into the rain zone." They ran into the said zone as the thunder strikes with heavy rainfall. "Oh, no." Marco braked to halt near the edge of the zone. "I can do King of the Hill. I cannot do wet socks." He was about to walk away, only to be grabbed by the magical girl and end up inside the rain zone. No. "Flags doesn't care what you like," Star shouted before they suddenly jumped over a rolling body. "We gotta keep moving." They resume their race and they witness Etheria throw some seeds at two Johansson. The seeds transform into vines and trap the screaming Johansson as it drag them underground, then two flowers pop out. "Wait a minute," Marco uttered with widened eyes. "Eyes on the prize, Marco." The magical girl barked and there was a rumble before many boulders rolling down the hill as a Johansson man laughed crazily at the top, revealing to be the culprit behind the rolling rocks. "Star, we gotta go back," the Latino teenager cried out. "We are not going back," Star replied as they dodged the rocks and an unlucky Johansson tumbled backward with a painful scream. "I think your family's really trying to hurt each other," Marco cried out to Star after seeing some butterfly members getting hit by the boulders. "Yeah," the magical girl grinned over her shoulder, "isn't it awesome?" "Not again, not again." Lump's head rolled past them down the hill. "Wait, how the hell is he still Ali?" Naruto turned his head to stare at the rolling head bewilderedly before a medium-sized rock suddenly hit his head, knocking him down in process. "Naruto!" Marco gasped out. "Oh, Naruto." Star raced over to her downed boyfriend. "Are you okay?" The mixed teenager sat up as he rubbed a bump on his head with a wince. "Yeah." "Oh, thank goodness." She sighed out in relief before she turned to glare up at the laughing Johansson. "I'm gonna break his." "Wait." Naruto stood up. Oh, my gosh. The teenagers turned to see the elephant and bear monster as the elephant monster squealed, "It is her. We just realized you're Star Butterfly. We're your biggest fans." They ran up to her then bow before her. I think you're confused. Star pointed out to them, "Monsters hate me. Not Buff Frog and me." Naruto whispered to her, receiving a nod in return. "Well, sure, it's not popular to like you, but we're not about that." Elephant replied. "Yeah." Bear grinned widely, "You're the rebel princess." "Rebel princess?" The magical girl blinked. "Yeah." The bear monster said, "You do things your own way. Like us. Please, shoot us with a spell." The elephant monster raised his hands up, "Rip some awesome holes in our jeans." "Something. I guess I could cast something." Star shrugged, "How about, Super Strawberry Shake Quake?" She hit the monsters with Strawberry Magic Beam. "Wow." Bear laughed as he sit up with some bruises, "That is awesome. Look at this sweet rip." Elephant pointed to his jean. "Let's go show the guys." The bear monster got up with his friend. "Dude, I can't believe we met Star Butterfly." The laughing elephant monster ran out with Bear. "So, what now?" Marco asked the girl as she looked at her wand. "Now," Star sighed resignedly, "I call Mom." So, the magical girl shifted her weight nervously in her bedroom while the boys sit nearly as her parents stand still on her mirror after she told them about Ludo. "That's pretty much it." The parents stare at her in shock. "Oh, no, this is really bad, huh? I messed up." She tried to hide her face with her bangs. "I really messed this one up. I am so sorry, Mommy and Daddy." Her parent looked at each other then back to their daughter. River uttered. "Sweetie, Moon muttered, "It's okay. But the book of spells." Star peeked out under her hair, our family history. "It's all gone." "Don't worry." The king shrugged with closed eyes, "It's just a book and a little magic man. What matters is you're safe." The queen said. "But isn't there anything I can do?" The princess asked. "Don't do anything." Moon shook her head slightly, "We'll handle this. You just sit tight." "Good night, sweetie," River said before they end the call and the magical girl stare at her reflection. "Whoa." Marco stood up with a whistle, "That went way better than I expected." "Thought they were going to ground you there," Naruto added. Star nodded in daze, "Yeah, I guess so. You should just take your parents' advice and sit tight." The Latino teenager said. "Right," she muttered. "Good night." Marco left the room to go to sleep. "You're not going to listen to them, are you?" Naruto slid inside Star's bed. It's funny that their friend never bothered to wonder why the mixed teenager was already in his pajama. Rebel princess doesn't sit tight. The magical girl took a notebook then sit down on floor. Rebel princess does things her own way. Mega Narwhal Blast. Her wand launch a narwhal and it flop around. Oh. Mega Narwhal Blast. She spin the top part of her wand off to reveal an fountain pen with golden ink and she writes something down into her notebook. Chapter 1, Mega Narwhal Blast. "Don't stay up all night, okay?" Naruto yawned. "I won't." Star replied without looking up from her notebook, "Want me to turn lights off for you?" "Nah, thank." He pulled a pillow over his head and he fall asleep. "Good night." "Good night," she said, focusing on her notebook. So the party magician turn out to be enjoy-sucking wizard and Star end up ruining the party, yet save everyone while this wizard get away. Naruto raised his eyebrow at Marco as they climbed the stairs with tray of foods. "Not going to lie, but that sound like you're talking rubbish. Wizard that sucked joy out of everyone. PFF'd. It actually happened." Marco groaned, "You should have been there to believe it." "Sorry, but I'm not going to some party that is throwing for a guy who might be in midlife crisis and surrounding himself with teenagers and young kids." Naruto shook his head. "Dude, phrase." The Latino teenager said, "You make it sound so creepy, and so wrong." They opened Star's door. "Food's ready." "Is that a black hole?" The mixed teenager pointed up to the ceiling as a black hole shrinks then vanish in thin air. "Great." Star ran past them with laser puppies in her arms, put it on the table. "Whoa." Marco looked around at Star's bedroom. "Why is your room so clean?" "I have to make a good impression." The magical girl took the sword away from laser puppies, "Not a chew toy." She shoved it inside the chest. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I can't believe this is happening. She gave the chest wings with her magic and it fly out through her window. Ready for what? The Latino teenager asked. I'm being E versus ALUATED. Star spelled it out. Evaluated for what? Naruto blinked. Wait, why are we spelling words instead of saying them? Marco raised his eyebrow. Yeah, it sounded kinda weird when it came out of my mouth. The magical girl replied, anyway, my mom is sending someone to see how far along in my magic training I am since I got to Earth. Haha. Ah, you have nothing to worry about after all. The mixed teenager said, you have been using magic since day one. Yeah, that doesn't sound so bad. The Latino teenager nodded. But if I fail, I could get sent back to Muni. Star revealed. What? Marco gaped. Look like I'm moving to Muni. Naruto shrugged as they looked at him. What? Star isn't going to get rid of me this easy. I could say same back at you. The magical girl smiled before she speak up again. Anyway, which is why I need to clean and Marco, you need to cook. Naruto, help him. Before the boys can make any response, the black cloud suddenly enter though the window with strong winds, then it swirl around in the center of the room until it clear away to reveal a white small cat-like creature with wings and blue gem on forehead. It's her. Hello. The cat creature greeted. Ah. The teenagers cooed at the creature's cute appearance. I'm here to evaluate a 1-star butterfly. The creature brought a clipboard out with pen. I'm a 1-star butterfly. Star spoke up with a wide smile, and you must be Baby. Oh, Baby noticed the foods on table. Food. Yes, I prepared this spread for you, Miss Baby. Marco gestured to the foods with pride. Please help yourself to any. Baby consumed it all in a single blink with her mist form. More, please. The creature turned back to her cat form with a cute smile. That took me all day to make, the stunned Latino teenager grumbled. Please. Star pleaded. Come on, Marco. Naruto applied headlock on his friend, dragging him out of the room. I would love to make you more. Marco grumbled back to Baby and the boys head down to the kitchen. Go get me those. He gave the blonde the list of ingredients and Naruto fetch each items from refrigerator and cupboards while the brunette takes some pans and tools out once again. After a while, Marco slide the tray of drinks over to his friend. Naruto, go bring it upstairs. Sure. Naruto picked the tray up then head upstairs to Star's room and he see Baby opening Star's notebook, a large amount of glitters fall down. Huh. Baby muttered, interesting. Yeah, isn't it pretty? Star said with a opening smile, I only used, like, 5 pounds of glitter. Refreshments, anyone? Naruto called out to get their attention and before he know it, the cat creature drink all of the cups and she even ate the cups. He quietly leaned closer to his girlfriend, how is it going? Interesting. The magical girl muttered unsurely. Is it bad interesting or good interesting? He asked. I don't know. Star shooed him, but go get more food. Yes, your majesty. Naruto left the room as his girlfriend shot him a pouting glare and he returned to the kitchen. That was fast. Marco glanced at him over his shoulder, how's it going up there? I don't know. The blonde shrugged unsurely, I think Baby is just looking around first before they can do a magic exam. The boys continue to make some foods for a while until something dripped down in front of the Latino teenager and they look up to the ceiling. Wet ceiling. The Latino teenager stared at the ceiling as it dripped waters. Maybe you get a leaky pipe up there or it's Star using one of her water spell. Naruto assumed. I bet the latter. Marco put the sandwiches on a tray then carry it upstairs, I'm gonna check on them. Okay. The blonde poured the corn chips out in a bowl from bag before he jump up when a monstrous voice shout loudly. Get out. It sound like Baby to Naruto as he blinked up at the ceiling and he can hear a slamming door, following by rapid footsteps. Bat. Bat. Marco ran downstairs, where's the bat? He found it in the corner, ah. Did something happened up there? Naruto quickly slipped his battle gloves on. I don't fucking know. The Latino teenager cried as they ran upstairs. Baby suddenly turned to me with this scary face and yelled at me for no reason. They slowly opened the door to witness a giant tree growing from halved apple. Whoa. The mixed teenager blinked as his friend dropped his jaw along with his bat, and the tree continued to grow to an immense size, one of its branch dropping fresh apple into Baby's hands as soon as she reached the window. It's perfect. Baby stared at the shiny apple. Does that mean she pass? Naruto asked, and the creature looked at Star before they share a smile. The creature turned into the black cloud, quickly ate Marco's sandwiches, then flew out of the house to wherever she come from. I know you'd do great. Marco breathed out in relief. Way to go, Star. The mixed teenager smiled at her. Thanks, guys. Star hugged them with a relieved sigh. 2 days after Star's evaluation, the said girl was firing beams at flying tennis balls as Naruto lazily tossed the balls up in air and the couple was half cuddling. Pishu. Star missed her shots with one closed eye. Pishu. I'll get you, tennis ball. Pishu. Pishu. Hey, can I borrow your dimensional scissors for a second? Marco poked inside. Yeah, sure. The magical girl tossed him the said scissor as she kept shooting at balls. Whatever. Thanks. The Latino teenager caught it before he left. What do you think he wants scissor for? Naruto asked, tossing another ball up in air. Dunno. Star finally hit a ball. Yes. One kiss. They share a kiss that lasts for a moment before she break it apart. Ball. Her chuckling boyfriend toss another ball up in air and she fire her wand again. Aw, dang it. The magical girl groaned, lying half off her bed upside down, after she accidentally blow a hole out of her wall. At least we can fix, Naruto said until. Good boy, Joffrey. The teenagers turned to the unfamiliar voice to see a complete stranger leading a dog up to Star's couch, and the dog barely lifted its hind leg up. Whoa, whoa 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 whoa. Star rolled up onto her feet before she swung her wand at the stranger's direction. Rainbow diaper blast. The dog now wear a diaper. Not cool, bub. How the fuck did you get in here? Naruto leapt up with a glare. Talk or all. Take it easy, man. The stranger sweated heavily. This new dog park is really confusing. Dog park. The magical girl blinked owlishly before she smacked her forehead. Oh, Marco. Tosser, does that place look like a dog park to you? The mixed teenager deadpanned at the stranger, and the dog walker take a good look at his surrounding. Yes. The stranger answered dumbly, and Naruto turned his head to look at his girlfriend with flat face. You can punch him for trying to make this dog pee on my stuff, then toss them out. Star answered his unasked question, and her boyfriend turned to the sweating walker with a evil smirk. Easy on the face. The stranger chuckled nervously before Naruto punched him in jaw hard. Ow. I deserve it. And scream escape his lip when the mixed teenager toss him out through the hole in wall along with the dog, and that. The couple quickly heads straight to Marco's bedroom before the magical girl kick it open. Why did you The magical girl yelled until she went quiet as they stare at the portals around the bed. Oh, no. He's gone scissor happy. Scissor happy, that's a thing. Naruto looked at her with rapid blinks. Oh, yeah. Star nodded. It was coined by Hekapu when one guy went ape crazy that he almost caused many portals into one biggest portal that nearly destroy all life because he want all shortcuts in one place. Yikes. The mixed teenager whistled. Yup, yikes. The magical girl poked her upper body through a portal before she stepped back as the laser puppies returned from their walk, with yips and firing lasers. She see a orange portal. Oh, Marco, Marco, Marco. Oh, this does not bode well. Naruto, do me a favor and close the blue portals. Sure. Naruto took his scissor out and walked over to the portals as his girlfriend decides to make a call to someone. Hey, girl, I'm doing my cardio. Ponyhead spoke through the hand mirror phone. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna put it on an incline. There was a short pause. Okay, girl, what's good? Okay, so Marco opened a bunch of portals with my scissors, and one of them looks like this. Star showed her friend the orange portal. Oh, snap. That's bad. The floating head's voice gasped. Yeah, that's what I thought. The magical girl agreed. That red portal is Hekapu's. Ponyhead said nervously, you need to get away from it, and if she asks, you do not tell her you got those scissors from me, okay? Wait. Star furrowed her brows. I thought Hekapu gave you those scissors. I mean, yeah. The floating head shrugged her non-existent shoulders. She left the scissors in the bathroom at the bounce lounge, and, what happened then was, I took them. So yeah, basically, they're mine. What? The magical girl shook her head. No, Pony, that's stealing. I'm pretty sure that's called finding. Ponyhead scoffed. Naruto. Star looked at the said teenager. Back me up here. Definitely stealing, not finding. Naruto closed the last blue portal. He's just saying that because he's your boyfriend and you already foo, the floating head huffed. Okay, so is Marco in trouble? The magical girl cut her friend off with a wave. You know what? Ponyhead took a sip of her drink. He's probably dead. That Hekapu chick is crazy, man. Oh, boy, Star sighed. Alright, I'll talk to you later, girl. She flashed a peace sign to her best friend before she hung up. Bye. She turned to the orange portal. We're coming, Marco. We get a plan or we're gonna wing it like usual. Naruto put his gloves on, then check his pockets to make sure he have enough seal papers and weapons. The usual, she replied before the couple jump into the portal, and the first thing they see is a giant door. Dibs. Star quickly kicks the door open and they see a red-haired woman in front of a muscular man. Hekapu, where's Marco? Star aimed her wand at the redhead angrily. I call dibs on this wanker. Naruto crackled his fist toward the muscular man. Star. The man gasped happily, Naruto. He ran up to pull them into a bear hug before the teenagers push him away. Unhand as, weirdo stranger. Star turned her wand on the man with a glare. How do you know our names? It's me, Marco. The man showed them the red tattered hoodie. See? Marco. Both blondes blinked up at him. Oh, man. Marco laughed happily. We have so much to catch up on. I've learned how to sword fight. I fought an army of wolf bears. Man, Jackie will be one happy girl. Star turned to her boyfriend as the Latino man rambled on. That's if she don't mind the age gap between them. Naruto hummed, is it permanent or not? His girlfriend just shrugs her shoulders unsurely. I rode in a hot air balloon, and then I jet skied off a waterfall. The Latino man grinned, isn't that cool? Oh, check it out. He showed them his new scissor. It took me 16 years, but I totally earned these scissors. Wait. The magical girl blinked at him, 16 years. You've been gone from Earth for, she looked at her boyfriend. 8 minutes, I believe. The mixed teenager hummed thoughtfully, maybe 12 minutes or more. 8 minutes. Marco stuttered in shock before his gaze snapped to Hekapu with annoyed look. Yeah, I forgot to tell you that time passes differently in this dimension. Hekapu buffed her nails with a smirk, not sorry. No. Star waved her hands to calm Marco down before he can freak out. This is good. It means you haven't missed anything back on Earth. Come on, use your new scissors to take us home. Yeah, about that, the Latino man scratched his head sheepishly. I don't think I'm coming back. Turns out I really like my new life here. I got my sword, my dragon cycle. He pointed to his living dragon cycle. I get to ride around all day and go on adventures whenever I want. It's the journey, you know. Yeah, that dragon cycle is pretty dope. She looked at the dragon cycle in awe before she shook her head. No. Wait, what about your parents or your friends, or, she gestured to herself and Naruto, us. What about Jackie? Naruto added. What the fuck was I thinking? Marco's eyes snapped wide. Really, all it take to change his mind is just mention Jackie. Star turned to deadpan at her boyfriend as their friend freak out. Wait, let me have my moment with nachos. The man kneeled to say his tender goodbye to his dragon cycle. Of course it's nachos. The mixed teenager deadpanned and Marco looks at Hekapu. Don't look at me. The redhead smirked, those scissors are yours now. You can come back here anytime you want. Please. Marco cut the portal before he hugged his dragon cycle. Take care of nachos while I'm gone. She's in good hands. Hekapu smiled. Adios, boo-boo. The Latino man kissed nachos on the snout before he turned to Hekapu. Well, old friend, you really gave me a run for my money. Likewise. The redhead smirked with fist on her hip. You're pretty cool. She suddenly smacked the back of Marco's head. Thanks. Marco smiled at her. Bye, nice to meet you. Naruto jumped through the portal. Bye. Star waved to the forger before she jump inside and Marco follow after them. Later, H-Poo. The man hollered. Don't call me that. Hekapu hollered after him. Naruto and Star find themselves back in Marco's bedroom and they turn to see Marco jump out of the portal, and back in his teenage age with oversized clothes. No. Marco screamed in disbelief, my hot bod. Where did it go? Back to the future. Naruto joked. Squish. Star teased the Latino teenager by pressing his pudgy stomach. Stop it. Marco covered his stomach with embarrassing blush and he become very confused when Naruto suddenly laugh out loud at him with tears in his eyes. I guess you're back on Earth's timeline now. The magical girl giggled, but look on the bright side. You still have your bald spot. Seriously. The Latino teenager threw his hands up, that's the thing that stayed the same. You got the mark of Hekapu, son. Hekapu pop out halfway from the portal with gesturing arms as she laughed at him before she retreat back through it. Okay, bye-bye. The portal vanish and the Latino teenager glare at the empty space in disappointment. Hey, who cares if you're 14 again? Star tried to cheer him up, that just means we have more time to go on adventures together. Especially now that you have your own scissors. Yeah, I guess you're right. Marco sighed out. Of course I am. She walked out, now I'm gonna go make us some nachos. I'll help with the cheeses. Naruto followed her out. Oh. Star groaned when they walked down the stairs. What's up? The mixed teenager turned his head slightly to her. I just realized that I now have no scissor of my own. Star pouted with slumped shoulders, that sucks. Oh, right. Naruto rubbed his chin with a hum and an idea come to him. Later at night, Star was getting ready to go to bed before a portal pop up at right side and she quickly turned to see Naruto step out. Oh, hi, where did you go? Star smiled at him as she pulled a blanket back. Quest by. Naruto answered as he held something behind his back. Can you hold your hands out, please? Sure. The magical girl cupped her hands, wondering if he bought something for her. Her boyfriend placed a small thin gift box in her hands. Ooh, present. What is it? What is it? Can I open it? Can I open it? Yes, you can. He chuckled as she ripped the wrapper eagerly before she removed the lid. Naruto. Star gasped. Is that? Her eyes grow big and shiny as she slowly lift a scissor up. It have rainbow butterfly wings like handle, blue star gem and her name in an elegant font. Dimensional scissor. Yes, it's your dimensional scissor. Naruto grinned. Why you bought me a dimensional scissor? She looked up to him as he nodded, that is the best gift you ever get me. She put the scissor on drawer before she suddenly tackle her yelping boyfriend down, starting makeout with him on spot. Put the damn silence tags up now. Okay, he grinned before the door suddenly kick open. No, I heard that. Marco screamed with flailing arms and squirted closed eyes. Cockblocker. Both blondes cried out exhaustingly. 1 week later, Naruto carefully applies some runic seals onto a gray vest and suddenly, a loud wail startle him as he accidentally draw across the line before the vest burst up in fire, which he immediately put it out. Huh. Naruto walk out into the hallway as he follow the sound of wail until he stop in front of his girlfriend's bedroom and he opened it with a light knock. Everything okay in? He paused to see Pony Head wailing into pillow as Star stare awkwardly. What happened? He walked up to Star's side. I don't know. Star replied. Hiya-cha. Marco jumped in through the door with a karate pose. I heard screaming. He paused to stare at the wailing head. Oh. It's Pony Head. What? Did she run out of rainbow toothpaste again? Yeah, probably. The magical girl lifted her hand up with a hum. Whatever it is, we'll go through it together. Okay, I'll tell you. Pony Head whimpered before she whipped her face around with runny mascara. I am ready to reveal. She sniffled. The bounce lounge is closing. Star suddenly wailed so loud that it cracked her mirror, shattering every glass unicorns and more glasses in the house. The magical girl drop onto her knees then bury her crying face in her bedsheets. The bounce lounge is closing. I know. Pony Head sobbed. Hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Marco said as Star threw herself on Naruto's chest while Pony Head threw her face onto the brunette's shoulder. It's probably not even closing. I mean, since when has Ponyhead been right about anything? Oh, yeah. Star looked up with snotty nose. One quick trip to Bounce Lounge and the teenagers stare at the floating sign that say Bounce Lounge is closing with a name under it, Millie Sparkles. It's closing, Marco said. Star gaped, I can't believe it. Believe it, an echoing voice said in a large light beam down on the teenagers from above before they look up to see a glittery woman on cloud chair with blue fan covering half of her face as the music play in background. Oh, my goodness, Ponyhead gasped. It's Millie Sparkles. Star gasped, looking awestruck before the girls bowed down to the woman, my liege. She pulled the boys down. Boys, it is the owner of the Bounce Lounge. The Bounce Lounge is indeed closing. Millie spoke, the party is over. But why, Millie? The magical girl asked. Because business has been slow. The owner explained, no one comes to party here anymore. Fare thee well, loyal partiers. And may the Bounce Lounge be with you. The chair raise her back up to the sky and into clouds, always. The girls stare up at the cloud sadly and the brunette walk up to a picture board with Naruto. Wow, you girls used to party here a lot. Marco commented. And it looks like you have been here since you were little. Naruto hummed and the girls walk up to the board. Hey, Pony, look. Star pointed at a picture with a joyful gasp. The picture show preteen Star and Ponyhead with colorful BFF text. It's us. Ponyhead smiled. Ah. The magical girl grinned happily at her best friend, besties. The floating head noticed a picture, and there's our junior prom night. The second picture shows the girls as young teenagers with Agnes and braces and it have a large blue, dance night, text. Yeah, Star winced, I'm actually trying to forget that. Nope, I'm not going to let you forget that. Naruto quickly snatched the picture with a teasing smirk, you look so adorable with short hair and braces. Naruto. The magical girl stomped her foot down childishly with heavy blush, gimme the photo. Never. The mixed teenager held the picture high above his head with laughter as his girlfriend jumped around, trying to grab her embarrassing picture. OMG. Ponyhead gasped loudly as she grabbed Star's attention, that is a classic. She pointed at a picture of the girls with their friends, cuz that is the old Bounce crew, girl. We used to rule this place. Star smiled fondly at the crew picture. Nobody partied harder than we did. The floating head chuckled. Man, where did the time go? The magical girl sighed with doe eyes. Actually, time doesn't go anywhere. Marco commented, sometimes things just end, and there's nothing we can do but accept it. Please be quiet, because Star and I are trying to have a life moment. Ponyhead glared at the Latino teenager annoyingly. We haven't been here for so long. Star said sadly, I can't help but feel like this is our fault. And now a part of our life is gone forever. The floating head choked on her sobs. Unless, the magical girl took the crew photo off the board, we get the old Bounce crew back together. Oh, girl. Ponyhead neighed. Naruto, we don't know when Millie will close Bounce Lounge so, Star turned to her boyfriend, do whatever you can to stall the closing. We're gonna save Bounce Lounge. Get it? Naruto gave her a thumb up before the group went through the portal and he looked around at the empty club then up to the clouds. Are you up there, Millie? Yes. The owner's voice echoed, and don't bother, I'm going to closed Bounce Lounge tonight. This club cost me a lot of money and a wild party can't pay a mortgage. What are you going to do with this place? He asked curiously, raise it to ground. Sell it. What? Selling it. Millie's voice replied, so far there isn't any buyer yet, and don't think about asking me to sell you Bounce Lounge. A child, like you, can't afford it or know how to run a business. Yeah, want to bet? Naruto crossed his arms, tell me the price and talk business. You can test me all you want. Fiend. Millie decided to humor this stupid child for once as a small cloud appear in front of the teenager, why don't you take a step into my office? Star and the crew returned to the Bounce Lounge 2 hours later and they were greeted by the sight of party. Wah. Marco looked puzzlingly by the whole thing. Alright. Star pumped her fists up, they must heard about Bounce Lounge closing and come to party hard to save it. Marco, man the vendor. Ponyhead send the Latino teenager fly into the booth. Hey, Marco sit up to glare at the floating head before he get hit by dollar bills from an exciting fawn girl as she ran inside with some green hair-like creature. Hey. The party grows wild and everyone have more fun, even the Latino teenager does when he was forced to join the dance. We did it. Star cheered with everyone, the bounce lounge lives forever. Now let's party. She paused as she looked around. Wait, where's Naruto? Star, wait. Everyone looked up to see Millie coming down. Thank you, all of you, for what you've done. But I've been partying for over 5,000 years. She removed her sunglasses and fan to reveal her wrinkled elderly face, causing everyone to cry out in shock as her chair turned into a motor scooter. I just really need to stop partying. Like, right now. Ah. Pony head floated higher. If this is the last night of the bounce lounge, let's make it the best night ever. No. Millie announced, I sold bounce lounge already. What, to who? Star gasped in shock. Please don't tell me that the buyer is gonna turn it into something not bounce lounge. Millie, the wire just went through. Naruto suddenly walked up to the elderly owner as he tapped something down on his phone, then showed it to her for confirmation. Pleasure doing business with you. He's now the owner of Bounce Lounge. The now former owner gestured to the mixed teenager after checked her magical phone. Wait, what? Almost everyone cried in surprise. Wow, Naruto, that's great. The magical girl glomped her boyfriend. I can't believe you just saved Bounce Lounge. Wait, I'm confused. Marco lifted his hand up with raised eyebrow. How the heck can you afford to buy a club? Do you know how to run business? How did you manage to convince her to sell you the building? Well, inheritances, allowances and few lotteries I won back home when I was young. Naruto shrugged his shoulders lightly. Buying this place barely put a dent in my account. Lottery. The Latino teenager pulled his phone out to look something up. And for the business sense, the mixed teenager scoffed. Before he died, my father want me to be an businessman, so he put me through many business courses because he want me to have a good and easy life and provide for my family. One of very, very, very few good things he did before, you know. You have this much of money. Marco's head snapped up from the news with widened eyes and dropped jaw. What the fuck? He turned the screen around to face Naruto. What the fuck? Oh, they're off by 2 zeros. Naruto looked closer before he looked up to his friend. How do you think I paid for everything I got? The stuffs from Quest Buy. The foods. Now I'm thinking about it, the Latino teenager muttered slowly. After some discussions, I find myself to be very satisfied to leave Bounce Lounge in his hands, and I don't care whatever he does with it because, Millie rode off into the sky on her flying scooter. I'm out of here. Adios, bitches. We saved Bounce Lounge. Star climbed onto Naruto's shoulders. Woohoo. She bent her upper body down to stare into her boyfriend's eyes. Naruto. Let's party until morning. Yeah. The mixed teenager grinned foxy before he pointed sharply at the DJ. Drop the new playlist. The DJ start playing many new songs and the party resume with loud cheers as everyone danced to their heart's contents. Firework laser show blast. The magical girl shot firework show up in the sky with her wand along with the colorful lasers before she jump off her boyfriend. Would my cute butterfly care for a dance? Naruto held his hand out to her with a wide grin. All love too. Star grabbed his hand and they start to dance together, enjoying every moment of it. It was very late when Star sit up in the bed the next night and she was about to slip out of bed until she feel the mattress shifting. Star. The said girl turned to stare at Naruto as he roll over onto his side with sleepy expression. I'm going down to steal Marco's cereal. Star run her hand through his hair with a smile. Go back to sleep. Okay. Naruto returned to his sleep. Hurry back, it's getting cold, without you. He snored away, making the magical girl to giggle at him before she quietly sneak out of Naruto's bedroom and she make a quick check on Marco to make sure he's still asleep. Star tiptoed toward to the stairs and she smiled to herself as she think about her new sleeping habit. She have start to sleeping with Naruto almost every night because it feels so comfortable to share bed together, and for some reason, she feel restless when she sleep by herself. Sometime they sleep in her room and other times in his room. Star suspect that Naruto feel the same way because he never ask about their sleeping arrangement. Should I ask him about it later? She wondered as she entered the kitchen, never noticed the crystal creature hiding poorly. Naruto rubbed his eyes sleepily, walking to the kitchen as he grumbled about alarm clock and he hear a shout before he look inside to see Marco swing his arms around. Star, what happened? Marco cried, you were in this ice cube. And there was this big guy, and he had a big square head. What a funny dream, Marco. Star shoved some cereal into the brunette's mouth with a laughter before she noticed her boyfriend. Morning, sleepyhead. Morning, Star. Naruto yawned as he went to get a ramen cup, preparing it. Blech. The brunette spit some cereal out. Were these on the floor? Now are you convinced that parking meters aren't filled with candy? Marco said to Star as the trio walked down the sidewalk. And all it took 67 parking meters to do. Naruto chuckled. It's all just a big tease. Star crossed her arms. How was I supposed to know? She stopped in her trail as soon as she see a red car on top of a blue crushed car. Ooh. Okay, that was not like that before. The Latino teenager muttered. Guys, over there. The mixed teenager pointed to the front door and the teenagers see that it have been sawed in half then put back together shabby. Okay, here's the plan. The magical girl turned to the boys, I'll cover the back door, Naruto'll take the second floor through my window and on my mark, you bum rush the front door. Got it. Naruto rushed to the wall then climbed up into Star's room from the balcony. Got it. Marco moved to the front door and the blonde girl ran around the house until she reached the back door. The teenagers count to 3 before they leap into action from 3 different directions in battle stance, only to blink in confusion when they see Raphael and Angie sitting with a dirty old woman and a short man with hatchback. Marco. Angie gasped. You. The old woman glared. You. The Latino teenager glared back. Star, get her. Narwhal blast. Star launched a narwhal and it pinned the hatchback henchman to the floor. Hee-yah. Marco tackled the screaming old woman down. Yeah. The magical girl pumped her fist up as Naruto punched the screaming henchman's face. Get him. Get him. What did you do to my parents? The Latino teenager demanded, holding the old woman in headlock. Unhand me, you little, the old woman screamed. Stop. Raphael stood up with his wife. Marco, let go of that poor old woman. Wait. Marco turned to his parents, you're mad at us. We're trying to save you guys. Star said. We let her in. The bulky man waggled his index finger at them, you 3 are being very rude. Star, put away your magical whale. Angie put hands on her hips, Naruto, get off him. Fiend. Naruto slowly get off the henchman before he whisper so low that the henchman can hear him, make one funny move, toss her, and your face'll be grind off. The man whined. It's a narwhal. Star returned the flopping creature back into her wand. You too, Marco. Raphael looked at his son sternly, let Miss Heinous go. But she's evil, Marco said. Now. His father crossed his arms and his son released the old woman with a groan. HMPH. Heinous fixed her hair up as she got up to point at the brunette, this is the princess who ruined my life. That's right, Princess Marco. I recognize you, even with your super cute new haircut. Huh, Marco muttered. That's Miss Heinous. Naruto turned to Star, receiving a nod. What is going on here? Raphael asked the teenagers. This lady tied me to a chair and tried to brainwash me. The Latino teenager pointed at the old woman. That's a gross exaggeration. The former headmistress walked to the chair with a huff. Your child has terribly wronged me, and I'm not going anywhere until justice is served. She glanced at Naruto, and who are you? You look awfully familiar. I'm Naruto, her boyfriend. Naruto jabbed his thumb to Star. Ah, I see. Heinous turned back to the adults, must have seen you on Ponyhead's mirror, stupid pony princess. But if she doesn't leave, Raphael turned to his wife with a gasp. Then how are we gonna have dinner with? Angie glanced to a picture frame with her husband, the Morrisons. Who? Marco asked, that is the first time he heard of this name. The Morrisons are so cool. The mother replied, we've been on the wait list to have them over for months. This dinner needs to be perfect. The father sweated nervously, we can't mess it up. Wow, that sounds really tough, guys. The Latino teenager said sarcastically. You're gonna resolve whatever issue you have with Miss Heinous right now. Angie narrowed her eyes at her son sternly as Heinous chuckled evilly before she give the old woman a cup of tea. Here you go. Heinous sipped the tea. Thank you, Your Highness. What exactly is your issue with Marco? The mother asked politely. Gemini. The old woman snapped her finger before the henchman handed her a hand mirror as she projected a slideshow of her former school. Once, I was the headmistress of St. Olga's, the most esteemed princess school in the multiverse. It was a wonderful place where delinquent princesses were taught manners and respect. Until one day, an insolent princess showed up and inspired all the students to rebel against their elders who knew better. Princess Marco left, but the school was never the same. They made her the face of a revolution, even inspiring merchandise, influencing the next generation of young princesses with her devious ways. Wait a minute. Star glanced at Marco from the corner of her eyes. You have merchandise? Yeah. Marco nodded. I get a $650 royalty check every month. I made more than that in a week with Bounce Lounge. Naruto snorted amusingly. And princess merchandise, huh? Wait until I tell Jana about that. Don't you dare. The Latino teenager hissed at him. This girl is going to embarrass him in front of everyone and he know it will happen because it's Jana. As I was saying, my students lost all respect for authority. Heinous said. Soon, they were cutting classes just to party, even inviting the boys from the neighboring Prince Reform School. They threw me out. She turned the mirror off, and now, I live in a car. Oh. Raphael and Angie uttered in pity. Oh. Gemini put his hand on the old woman's shoulder. Don't touch me. Heinous smacked his hand away annoyingly before she glared at the teenagers, and it's all thanks to Princess Marco and her little sidekick, Princess Butterfly. Marco, is this all true? Angie asked her son. Well, Marco raised his hands up. Yeah, but that place was a prison. Those princesses were being oppressed. They're way happier now. And they blew up my bodyguard. The old woman held and severed scaled arm. Yeah, we were wondering what that was. The brunette woman said before the adults yelped when the arm wriggling. This arm looks awfully familiar. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the wriggled arm. He's my dear, sweet Rastakor. Heinous petted the arm. This is just his arm, but he's part lizard, so his whole body will grow back soon. And then he'll be a big boy, won't you, sweetie? She kissed the arm as if it's her pet. Oh, that's my uncle's arm. The mixed teenager said nonchalantly, and he's not part lizard, he's fully septarian. Your uncle. The old woman looked at him oddly. I'm half septarian from my father's side and Rastakor's his half-brother. Naruto replied, and for the record, it wasn't us that blow him up. It was a quest by Friends to the End gift card that zapped Uncle Rastakor when it tried to kill us near its expiration date. Yes, we absolutely have nothing to do with it. Star nodded. Oh, it's quite lovely to meet you. Raphael said to the arm with his wife before they turned to the mixed teenager. Can he hear us? Yup. The mixed teenager nodded, just a little but not well. He paused as he turned back to the old woman. Wait, you said bodyguard. Didn't you just hire my uncle to assassinate Star and Marco in first place? What? Both adults sharply whipped their heads to the old woman. No, that was all him and it was completely pure miscommunication, which I deeply apologize for. Heinous threw her henchman under bus and it looked like the Diaz parents believe her. So how shall we proceed, Miss Heinous? Angie asked, but she still have one suspicious eye on her. With a punishment commensurate with the crime. Heinous clenched her fist evilly. How about we annihilate her and display her skeleton as a warning against any further insurrection? Agreed. Good. Now, Rastakor, bring me Princess Marco's bow. No. Naruto cut her off, at same time halting the old woman from throwing his uncle's arm. Yeah, that seems a little extreme. Raphael scratched his head nervously. Honey, we really don't have time for this. His wife said, the Morrisons are gonna be here soon, and we haven't even picked out the placemats. The bulky man gulped. What if we ground Marco for a week? Or you let me grind her bones into a pulp. The old woman frowned at the stammering man. We won't let Marco play video games. Angie said. Do you even play video games? Naruto whispered to Marco, earning a small headshake. Do you even know how bargaining works? Hannes asked annoyingly. No pizza on Fridays, Raphael cried. Or you can let me disembowel her. The old woman growled. We make him do the dishes. The bulky man cried. That's not punishment because Marco loved to do the dishes. Naruto pointed out. Oh, right, Raphael hummed. What if I just apologize? Marco yelled furiously. An apology. Hannes rubbed her hands together evilly with a chuckle. Yes. An apology will suffice, under certain conditions. Marco, you can't give up that easy. Star whispered to the said relieved boy. I'll do anything to get Hannes out of here. Marco whispered back before he turned back to the old woman. Whatever you want, Miss Hannes, just name it. Think he'll regret it in few minutes. Naruto leaned closer to his girlfriend to whisper into her ear. Oh, he definitely will. The magical girl said without batting an eyelash. Why did I say whatever you want? Marco screamed as he wore a purple ball gown and long ponytail, holding a sign that read, "It is criminal to be an individual," and his enemies were standing in front of him with video camera. It's finally happening. Hannes laughed evilly. Let's see what those princesses think of their idol now. I can't believe our son led a revolution and we didn't even know. Raphael said. I'm not sure if I should be mad or proud. Angie admitted. You're taking Marco's crossdressing pretty well. Naruto said to the Diaz parents as his girlfriend walked over to apply some makeup on Marco, having a little private conversation about the princesses. We love our children unconditionally. The brunette woman replied, if Marco decide to be a drag queen, we'll support him. Ah, that's so sweet. The mixed teenager said. Enough dilly-dallying. The old woman announced as Naruto turned to see Star give Marco a pat before she joined him at his side. Let's get on with it. She turned to the henchman. Gemini, are you ready yet? Yes, milady. And, Gemini pushed the rec button. We're rolling. Hey, princesses of the multiverse. Marco spoke. It's your girl Marco. What up? He heard his parents quietly hurried him on. Anyway, last time I was at St. Olga's school, I said and did some stuff that I shouldn't have. And that was bad. And, I just wanted to say, he glanced at the blonde couple then snapped his gaze back to the camera. I just wanted to say that his voice now holds a sarcastic tone, super sorry that I told you guys to resist your oppressors and stuff. As princesses, we should never think for ourselves and just, give up on our dreams and our own individuality. Naruto stared at Hannes oddly as the old woman's eye twitched crazily. Oh, I mean all this from the bottom of my heart. And I'm definitely not just saying that because Miss Hannes is threatening me and my family. The brunette winked. Okay, was that good? Oh, the henchman stopped the recording. Milady, I have notes. It's perfect. Hannes laughed crazily as she stroked Rasticor's arm. Perfect. Miss Hannes, we just want to apologize again for Marco's behavior. Raphael said sheepishly as his family and teenagers see Hannes group out. Yes. Angie smiled sheepishly. We hope this can be a fresh start for all of us. Hannes grunted as she get in the car. We shall see. Maybe this will inspire you to take a more active role in your child's life. Can you give me my uncle back? Naruto asked, pointing at the arm in the old woman's arms. No. The old woman laughed madly before the magical car fly off into the sky and through the portal as everyone stare up at the sky for few minutes while Marco's parents say their goodbyes to the disappearing car. Honestly, that's not one of the most weirdest situations my uncle find himself in. The mixed teenager shrugged his shoulders lightly. Well, this was a real eye-opener. Raphael said as everyone walked back inside before he turned to the teenagers with fists on hips. What else have you been hiding from us? Now is the time to own up to any other interdimensional chicanery. The teenagers share a short eye contact. Oh, no. Star replied, no chicanery here. All good. Marco said, nothing to report. Absolutely no interdimensional wide prank spree going on. Naruto waved his hands. Wait, what? The Latino teenager whispered lowly to him. I think we have some responsibility to accept, too. Angie said, maybe we haven't been around enough for the two of them. We can start fresh tonight. She walked to the fireplace then take a board game as she faced them with a wide smile. I say we cancel dinner with the Morrisons and instead have a family game night. I'm in. Naruto grinned. Woohoo. The magical girl cheered with her arms up in air, game night. Let's get going. That's a very good idea. The bulky man grinned widely. Yeah. Marco smiled, can I stay in this dress? They gathered around the table to play the board game. Who needs to hang out with the Morrisons anyway? Raphael laughed and no one noticed the Morrisons walked away sadly outside. Yes, I just got the tickets. Naruto said on phone few days later as he cleaned the runic set off his desk with one free hand. Me too, I'm exciting about it. Not because it's a concert of your favorite band, it's because we're going on date after a long time. He chuckled, yes, it've been a while, okay, have fun helping Jana cleaning school up. Bye, love you. He paused before he chuckled again. Star, you have to tap the red button to end the call on your smartphone. Bye. He put the phone away with another chuckle and he finished putting his runic set away before a knock drew his attention. Naruto, may we come in? Raphael opened the door while knocking it, his wife's right behind him. Sure. Naruto turned to the adults as they entered, what's up? We want to talk to you about something important. Angie said and the blonde just raised his eyebrow at them curiously. Several days later in the night, the teenagers listened to a band song while brushing their teeth. Oh, man, the only thing cooler than these love sentence singing toothbrushes is the fact you got us tickets to see them tomorrow. Marco said after he spit paste out in sync with others. Thanks Star for asking me to get them. Naruto nudged his girlfriend with a smile. That's what friends are for. Star leaned past her boyfriend to grin at Marco, plus, love sentences like our thing. Ah, you would know. The Latino teenager smiled, you're my best friend. He leave the bathroom. Good night, Marco. The magical girl waved at the said teenager's reflection before her smile become very slyly, sleep tight. You're not going to tell him that Jackie's coming and that it's double date. The mixed teenager glanced at her. Yup, it's a surprise. Star snickered. That's my girl. Naruto snickered together with her. In Naruto's bedroom, the blonde couple was making out lightly until Marco suddenly barged in with a scream. Star. Naruto. Did you get a ticket for Jackie too? You mean, you did. Naruto break apart from Star's lip as she pouted childishly for their makeout cut short. Wah. The Latino teenager dropped his jaw with widened eyes. Surprise. Star giggled, aren't you excited, Marco? You guys are a thing now. The four of us are gonna be hanging out a lot. I don't want Jackie feeling left out cause I'm a super cool girl and Naruto's a super cool boy who are also your super cool best friend. Yeah, you two are. Marco groaned, I'm just worried that with you guys around, Jackie will realize I'm not as super cool. I've dated before and now. The magical princess patted the Latino teenager's shoulder, trust me, you'll be fine. She's right. Naruto added, and Jackie's not the one that really care about cool status, just the personality. Fine. The groaning Latino teenager left the bedroom, I'm going back to sleep. Yay. Star wrapped her arms around Naruto's torso as she nuzzled her cheek on his chest, this is gonna be awesome. Now, get them beauty sleeps. Yeah, it will be. Naruto kissed her forehead with a chuckle before he turned the lights off and they went to sleep. Naruto hear a startled yelp when he walked down the stairs and he look over to discover that Star have scared Marco by appearing behind him. Come on. Star bounced eagerly, come on. Jackie's gonna be here any minute. I know, Marco pulled hood over his face, that's what I'm worried about. Oh, poor thing. The princess bent down to him, I told you, there's nothing to worry about, right? We just want to make Jackie feel included in our fun times together. Yeah, I guess. The Latino teenager muttered. Come on, it'll be fine. Star lifted him up to his feet, I promise. Now get dressed. She skipped over to the front door with a humming tune. I am dressed. Marco gestured to his clothes puzzlingly, red hoodie. Jeans. That's pretty much dressed for me. Wait for it. Naruto smirked, causing his friend to growing more puzzled. No, you're not, cause I made concert tees. Star laughed before she conjured up 4 t-shirts with her magic, now wearing one of the 4 shirts. Oh, man. The Latino teenager gasped excitingly, love sentence concert tees. Handcrafted. The magical girl threw one shirt at Marco's face and another one at her boyfriend, which he caught then put it on right away. Correction, magic crafted. The mixed teenager grinned and he chuckled out when his girlfriend swat his stomach with a cute pout. Perfect. Marco stared at the t-shirt with sarcasm. It have picture of their faces with Jackie's and there is a large text, LS Tour, on it. I know, right. Star grinned, put it on. The Latino teenager tried to put his t-shirt on, with a lot of struggles. LL little tight, the Latino teenager said straining. Yeah, it should, because you're trying to put it over your hoodie. Naruto deadpanned. What did USS say? Marco asked, unable to hear him clearly before they hear the doorbell ring. Jackie's here. The magical girl ran to the door as the brunette start to panicking, tugging his shirt down many times and Naruto filmed him with his phone for funny blackmail. She opened the door to see Jackie. Hey, girlfriend. No way. Jackie noticed her shirt right away. You made concert tees. Oh, yeah. Star stretched her shirt out happily. Check it out. That's so funny, 'cause I made concert skateboards. The skater held 3 love sentence themed skateboards. Whoa. No, the magical girl's eyes grow big and shiny. Way. I can't believe we had the same idea. Great minds, am I right? Jackie grinned. Trade. Stars sing it out as they trade the items and the skater toss another skateboard to Naruto. Thank, Jackie. The mixed teenager held his right hand up. So, where's Marco? The skater gave Naruto a high five. Oh, he's getting dressed. The princess pointed to the Latino teenager, who was still struggling with putting his shirt on. Hey, Jackie, Marco panted. Hey, Marco. Jackie took her helmet off with a whip of her hair before the brunette finally put his shirt on as his cheeks pushed outward, due to tightness of its collar. Nice shirt. Shows off your pecs. SS skateboards, really. The Latino teenager breathed out with strain as the skater gave him the last skateboard. I thought we were taking the bus. Yeah, Star put helmets on everyone, skateboards. It'll be fun. She ran outside with her wand out, summoning Cloudy Charm. She summoned the cloud creature before she jumped onto it with skateboard up above her head, riding off with a loud cheer. Love sentence, here we come. Look like I have another thing to teach Star about. Naruto chuckled at his girlfriend's antic as Jackie nodded with snickers and Marco just sighed heavily. Ooh. Star snapped her fingers as she grinned at Jackie while they ride down the street. I got one. How many times did Love Sentence break up before their 4th reunion tour? Jackie think for a bit, 6, if you count the time they broke up on the morning of their 2nd reunion tour and got back together after lunch. Yes. The magical girl shot her a smug smirk, except it was before lunch, not after. No, it was totally after. The skater scoffed. Let's ask. Star turned to Naruto. Marco. Jackie said with a light amused eye roll. She know Naruto will side with Star and she look around. Where is Marco? Right, Marco wheezed from distance as he skated shakily with poor balance. Behind you. Wow. The skater winced at him. Maybe we should have taken the bus. No. The Latino teenager choked out. Can we just get to the concert? He tried to skate ahead but. I get him. Naruto suddenly tossed the yelping brunette onto his shoulder, quickly flipped Marco's board up to grab it while skating. Don't worry about him. He'll get better once we get there. Marco dangled limply with upset expression, which Jackie noticed and she slowed down to talk to the brunette gently. Marco, dude, are you okay? Jackie whispered. You, Star and Naruto should just go on without me. The Latino teenager whined, you'll have more fun. I'll just be here ruining things, sucking at skateboards, slowly dying by a tight small shirt, and being so uncool. Dude, don't worry about the skateboard. The skater patted Marco's head. It take a lot of practice to get good at skateboarding, remember? And I'm having fun with you. Really? Marco wheezed out, even if I'm not cool. Marco, you're cool in your own sweet way. Jackie smiled before she dropped it with a worried look, but we really need to get you out of this shirt. You're turning a little blue there. Is it bad if my sight is fading? The Latino teenager wheezed heavily with light blue face. Oh. Star jumped up and down on Cloudy as she pointed at the stadium. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, but we have to cut Marco out of his shirt first. Naruto chuckled and Marco passed out. Here's our seats. Marco found their assigned seats, glad to be free from suffocating shirt as the stadium slowly getting packed. Great. Star grinned. Let's sit in order, Jackie, Marco, me, Naruto. She quickly take the third seat, dragging her chuckling boyfriend onto the fourth seat, and she shoved the Latino teenager on the second seat. Wait a minute. The widening-eyed Latino teenager squeaked and he blushed when Jackie sit down next to him with a cute smile. His heart is not ready for it. Do you know what songs they are going to play? Naruto whispered to the magical girl. I don't know, they say they'll play about 5 to 9 songs. She whispered back happily before they hear a voice. Excuse me, my seat is over huh? They turned their heads to see Jana as she looked at them in surprise. Jana. Marco blinked rapidly. No way. Star gasped, did you get your hands on a ticket too? Yeah, I somehow got it from a raffle the other days. Jana eyed them. Where's your seat? Naruto asked her. It's right next to you. The mischievous girl gestured to the empty seat next to the mixed teenager and he was about to move his legs back but. Scoot over, Naruto. Star eagerly bumped Naruto into the empty seat with her hip as she claimed his seat and she pat her former seat. Sit here, Jana. Thanks. Jana sat down next to her and the magical girl feel very exciting to have most of her best friends and date together in one place. Oh. The magical girl realized that she made Jana sit next to Marco, who is with his date. Bullocks. She whispered quietly that only her boyfriend can hear her. Just realized you screw up when you put Jana next to her crush, who is on date with his unofficial girlfriend. The mixed teenager whispered to her. Yes, big time, Star whispered sheepishly with some guilty tone before she looked at him oddly. Wait, you know about her crush? I have some suspicions. Naruto whispered back, should we do something about it or leave it alone for now? Let's see how it turn out. The magical girl glanced at her friends, it look like they're fine, she think. Remain calm and shelter in place. The announcer spoke as the lights on prison-themed stage start to dim, this is not a drill. It's starting. Star wrapped her arms around Naruto's arm with a squeal as she bounced in her seat, like almost everyone else in the audience. It's starting, it's starting, it's starting. The prison wall blast outward with smokes and it clear up to reveal Love Sentence Band, causing many fans to cheer loudly. Hello, Echo Creek. The leader of boy band smiled. Oh, my gosh. Marco shrieked with hands on his cheeks. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Such pageantry. I love it. I love it. Straight out of the Echo Creek Penitentiary. I'm Justin Towers, and this one goes out to everyone who's just friends. The leader announced before the band start to sing Just Friends song. Our second favorite song. Both Marco and Star squealed as Jana covered her ears with amused smirk. They're playing my favorite song. Jackie grabbed the Latino teenager's hand as she stood up with a fist pump. Woo. She started to dance to the beats. Dance with me, Diaz. Oh okay. Marco get up with a nervous chuckle and before he know it, Jana suddenly grabbed his another hand as the brunette looked confused for a moment before they danced together. Star and Naruto stood up to join their dance. The mixed teenager get a kick out of it when he watched his girlfriend lip-syncing the song to him. The song comes to end with an guitar solo and the couples in the audience share kisses. Does anyone have water spray? Jana joked when she looked at Star and Naruto making out with each other and it was starting to heating up. Seriously, does anyone? She turned her head to other side. Marco, I bet you have. Oh. She stopped herself as she see Marco share a kiss with Jackie and she gasped softly in shock. The Latino teenager pulled away from Jackie as they looked into each other's eyes. Wow. He noticed that Jana was missing and he looked around to see the mischievous girl walking down to the front row before he went down to check on her. What happened? Star break apart from her boyfriend, looking at her other friends with concern. Dunno. Naruto replied as Marco have a conversation with Jana before she urged him to go back with a tight smile and the Latino teenager returned to the seat, kissing Jackie again. Ah, I think I know what happened. The blonde couple glanced back to see the mischievous girl head to the exit with forced smile. Star. We should go check on her. The magical girl whispered before she turned to the Latino teenager and skater with an excuse. Hey, Naruto and I are going to find some quiet and private place to make out. Marco and Jackie kept kissing each other. Okay. Bye. The blonde couple quickly and quietly leaves the stadium and they almost immediately spot Jana trudging toward to the sidewalk. Wait up, Jana. Huh. Jana turned to see her friends jogging toward her. Guys. What are you two doing out here? The concert isn't over. It is for us, Star said once they reach her. And we prefer hanging out with you instead of listening to songs we've already heard. Naruto added. Why? The mischievous girl crossed her arms with suspicious brow. Is it because I'm upset about Marco and Jackie? She paused to stare at the mixed teenager as soon as she realized her slip of tongue. I kind of figure it out when you got upset after Marco asked Jackie out to see a movie. He waved it off. Yeah, and I never told him about it. The magical girl said. Was I that obvious lately? Jana facepalmed. Yes, both blondes said after they share a quick look with each other. Fuck, now I want to change cities. The mischievous girl cussed under her breath. Hey, tell us how we can cheer you up. Naruto threw his arm around Jana's shoulders. Yup. Star also threw her arm around her friend's shoulders on other side. Wanna me to blow this billboard up? She pointed to Love's sentence billboard before she hold her wand out to fire a green blast that blow the sign up. Ta-da. Okay, that one was fun. Jana can't help but to chuckle lightly at the burning billboard before she glanced between the blondes. Alright. How about we go on prank spree and blow some shits up? The blondes cheered as the mischievous girl feel a little better before they run off into the dark to commit vandalisms. Eggs and toilet papers were thrown around a certain house. Egging and teeping the principal's house. Jana grinned as her egg broke through the front window. Niece. Nothing can beat the classics. Huh, yeah. Naruto chuckled as Star used magic to shot eggs at the house like machine gun. We should go hit Brittany's house after. Ooh, that'll be awesome. The mischievous girl laughed before she walked to sit down at the curbside and the blondes join her on both sides as they watch some huge colorful smokes reaching the starry night in many locations at distance, courtesy of Naruto's smokescreen pranks, while they listen to some screams and sirens in far distance. Feel better. Star nudged her friend's shoulder with her own. For now, Jana said, but tomorrow, I'll be totally bummed out about Marco and might cry into tub of ice cream. Want some company? The mixed teenager asked her and the mischievous girl glanced between the blondes. Yeah, the mischievous girl wrapped her arms around the blondes, next then pulled them in for a hug. I'll like that. The blondes returned her hug with their own and sudden, a huge pillar of paint shot upward in the distance with a blood-curdling scream. Finally, they laughed at the paint prank that they just created together. 2 weeks later, Marco and Naruto was watching the television in the living room. Why is Star antsy lately? The brunette asked as they heard some rapid pace from the second floor. A songstrel, hired by Star's mum, is coming to write a song about Star for the song day and she don't want to have song day. Naruto said. Song day. Marco raised his eyebrow at him, like birthday or. It's a muni holiday and a royal tradition. The blonde shrugged, each queens and crown princesses must have a song about themselves. That's all I know about. Oh. The Latino teenager turned back to the television. Okay. They watched some shows until the doorbell rang and Star almost immediately answered the door to reveal young man with light brown hair in Bart outfit. Ha ha. Star said coyly, the songstrel. Greetings, Princess Star. The songstrel bowed. I am Ruberiot. He played the lute as he sang a song to the magical girl's annoyance. And may I just say, though we have much to do, how much of a pleasure it is to meet you. All right Stop. The annoyed magical girl grabbed the head of lute as Ruberiot stopped. I get it. She pushed the bard inside and toward to the couch. Come in. So, this shouldn't take too long. Ruberiot took a pad out with pencil as soon as he sat down next to Naruto. I just want to get to know the real Star. Oh, how rude of me. Star laughed. I didn't even offer you anything. What can I get you? Water. Juice. Tea. Huh. The bard smiled. Well, if you have mint tea, that might be. As a matter of fact, we do. The magical girl cut him off. Naruto is a member of the Tea of the Month Club, and I think we just got some super special mint tea. Right, Naruto. She ran into the kitchen, don't move. Tea of the Month Club. Marco asked his friend, flipping through channels. You Yanks have your coffees and we have our tea. Naruto replied flatly. Yeah, stupid question. The brunette changed channels again and they never noticed that the magical girl has sneak out through the window on Cloudy. Naruto's eyebrow twitched rapidly as Rubriat kept singing while playing lute. Where is Princess Star? Has she traveled far? I am very musically skilled. But if I don't write this, I'll surely be key. Naruto grabbed the lamp and he raised it above his head, ready to smashing it on the singing man's head, but Marco quickly held him back while holding onto the lamp. No, Naruto. Marco screamed, it's not worth it. He's not worth it. Let me go. Naruto screamed, let me bash this bloody wanker. I can't take another minute of. The front door swing open and Star walked in with a sun hat, thick sunglass and a purse. You're back, everyone said to her. You're still here. Star lifted her glasses up to stare at Rubriat for a moment. Well, goodbye. She turned around to walk out but. Please. Rubriat kneeled with clasped hands. Princess. I have a job to do, and I can't leave until it's done. And I won't stay until you're gone. The magical girl huffed. But, the songstrel stuttered, what about your Song Day celebration? In just a day, the people of Muni will be expecting us to perform the traditional princess song. Star waved her hand, I don't want to hear it, songstrel. If you don't leave right now, maybe I'll leave for good. Naruto, pack the bags. We're. Hey, Star. Marco stopped her, before you take Naruto and leave us alone again, for a very long time with no explanation. Could you help me make some more popcorn in the kitchen? He dragged Naruto into the kitchen. Star stomped into the kitchen while giving the Barda, I'm watching you, gesture. Please, just do what he says. He's been singing at me for 8 hours, asking where you are. Naruto was this close to bashing Rubriat's head in with a lamp. Should have let me do that. The mixed teenager crossed his arms with a grumble. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't want anything to do with Rubriat and his stupid princess songs. The magical girl huffed before she hit the table with her face. My mom's was so stupid and so fake and so old-fashioned. It's just not me. Star, we all know you're anything but ordinary and I love the way you are. Naruto rubbed her back. Star hugged Naruto tightly, thanks, Naruto. Hoogs. Kiss. She was about to kiss him until she noticed something ahead of them. He's staring at us, isn't he? The teenagers looked back to see that the bard was staring straight at them from the couch. Yup. Marco deadpanned. Want me to kick him out and give him a good old corncob prank? The mixed teenager asked. No, I get this one. The magical girl huffed with fists on her hips. Rubriat, if that even is your real name. You. Me. My room. Talk time. She walked up the stairs with the bard behind and the boys stare at the stairs for few minutes before the brunette turned to his friend. Back to TV. The Latino teenager asked. Yup, but I get the clicker this time. Naruto walked to the couch, grabbing the remote controller and they sit down as they try to find something to watch. What's up with you Yanks and endless reruns? Marco shrugged and it was like that for a while until Star quickly ran down the stairs. Guys, I'm going after Rubriat, he ran out because I called him a hack. Star cut the portal, be right back. She jumped in. Okay. Both boys said boringly, their eyes glued to the changing channels. The night have fall in Muni as Star and Naruto walked toward to the royal seating box and the mixed teenager fidgeted with his white royal uniform. This thing is too damn tight. Naruto tried to loose his collar. I seriously wish I'm Marco right now because he don't have to come to that in a monkey suit. Lucky bastard. Sorry, I only can bring +1 and it's no brainer I chose you. Star giggled at his grumbling face before they reach the seating box as she spot her parents with magical council members. Hey, everyone. Mom, hi. Hello. Naruto greeted them politely. Oh, my gosh, I had the worst wardrobe malfunction. The princess gestured to her hairdo before she pointed to Naruto's shoulders. Do you know how hard it is to find a decent shoulder tassel in an Earth mall? Oh, hey. She pointed at her mother's hair. You got a little thingy in your hair. A what? Moon asked. A little. Star pulled a twig out of her mother's hair, thingy thing. Oh, the queen uttered. How'd that get there? The princess asked curiously, pointing at Stick. Thank you, dear, Moon said as she took the twig from her daughter. Star, I want to tell you something. I know it's not very princess-like to show up late, but did you see traffic on the Royal Mile? Star threw her hands up annoyingly. Please, let me finish. The queen said, I just want to say how proud I am of you. What? The princess blinked rapidly at her mother. I know princess songs aren't exactly your cup of tea, and I know I can be, Moon turned to her, hard on you sometimes, so it means a lot to me that you still went through with it. Thanks, Mom, Star said slowly as her mother take hold of her hand before she give her a sheepish smile, but, just so you know, Ruby and me, we kinda changed some stuff. I mean, it's just not gonna sound exactly like your princess song did. So, you know, don't freak out or anything. Thank you for telling me, Star, but I trust your judgment. The queen said. Oh, thank you. The princess leaned back in her throne, but we really went off script. It's all good, but there might be, the lights went out before the announce come up. And now, Muni's newest court composer, the songstrel Rubaiyat, the announcer said as the audience applauded, in honor of the royal family. The spotlight appear on the butterfly family. I really hope you like it. Star said before she sit down as her hand place on top of Naruto's hand out of nervousness. I think I know you will, but I really hope you do. Presents the Star Butterfly's princess song. The announcer said as a marionette of Star appear near Rubaiyat on stage. Who is the maid with the buttercup hair? Rubaiyat played the lute while he sing the song, who sleeps on moonbeams and dances on air with tears made of honey and a heart full of bunnies whose infinite virtues are known near and far. It's Muni's own sweetheart, our dear Princess Star, and under the shimmer and rubies and pearls lies hidden a fierce and adventurous girl. The forces of evil that lurk in the night will cower in fear when this shooting star, he smashed the lute to gasping audience, ignites. He tore his outfit apart to reveal a rock-like outfit before he pull an electric guitar as he start to play a rock song, weaving magic like a born spellcaster and wreaking havoc like a natural disaster. She rocks her narwhal blast and warnicorn stampede. She's gonna earn her crown, so hail to the queen. The audience start to cheer loudly, 'cause she's a rebel princess, she's the best. She's a ball of lightning in a hot pink dress. She's a thunderstorm roaring through the night. She's our shooting star, and she's lighting up the sky. Ooh. Yeah, Romulus cheered, that's my girl. What a delightful little ditty. Moon smiled, good job, Star. Oh, yay. Star grinned with claps, it's not over yet. Shooting star shining in the night so bright, she started to attract a pair of envious eyes. Rubaiyat sang with slow beat, the villain rose up from behind the jester's cross, she drove him away, but didn't know what she had lost. Glossaric in her book of spells. How could she know Ludo would take him for himself? She confessed to her parents, all full of dread. The king and queen exchanged a look, and this is what they said, this is what they said. This is what they said, we will keep your silence for you from the citizens of Muni and the High Commission too to keep the peace, we will play the game Royal Secret from Royal Shame. Royal Secret from Royal Shame. Star. Moon turned to her daughter with widened eyes as most audience become shocked and alarmed by the revelation. Star only make an strained noise as she tightened her grip on Naruto's hand, the mixed teenager just gulped nervously. Star. Mom, what did you expect? Star tried to defend it herself, I told you I couldn't do some puff piece. I had to do what felt right for me. She sighed, look, it's over now, so we just gotta move on. She noticed something, wait, what? Royal secret, one last to tell. Rubaiyat sang as a marionette of Naruto appear on stage, a princess keep a deep secret from her parents about her true love. Star. Naruto glanced at his girlfriend from the corner of his eyes, feeling very uneasy for some reason. I don't know. Star whispered back worriedly as they tried to avoid the spotlight by leaning away. Rubaiyat never told me about this part. Who is the boy in the earthly attire? The bard sung, the prince of the princess's deepest desire. It is revealed by the princesses, he pulled out an familiar pink book to hold it above his head, keeper of secrets. My diary. The princess screamed in morbid, when did this songstrel snatch her diary without her knowledge? How much did he read it? Their love is forbidden but sweet. Rubaiyat sang, because her prince is a half-monster. The queen gasped before she whipped her head to Naruto as he gulped under her bewildered stare. Not just any monster, he's a half-septarian. Moon's eyes widened farther. Oh, such a beautiful fate it is for a princess to be in love with a natural enemy of butterfly family. After all, his father. Bullocks. Naruto uttered before Star quickly passed her crown to him. Throw it. Star urged him and her boyfriend quickly threw it down toward to the singing bard as hard as he can. Is Toffee, the one who, Rubaiyat sung before the tiara hit the back of his head, causing him to stop the song right away. Hey, who threw that? He glared up at the seating boxes. You just ruined the greatest song of all time. Bullocks. Both blondes share a nervous glance with each other as the audience chattered confusingly and they don't want to look at the princess's parents to see their reactions. You're Toffee's son, Moon hissed in shock and she would say more but. Say what? A member of audience shouted, the queen lied to us. Well, technically, it was a lie by omission. The second member pointed out. Amateurs. The third member shouted with shaking fist before they throw the foods and drinks at the royal seating box with yells and boos, forcing the royal family and Magic High Commission to take shelter inside. The princess take a quick peek outside from the window before she turned back to her mother. Mom, Star cried, I didn't realize this would happen. I thought they wanted to know the real Star Butterfly. They don't, Star. The queen turned to her, they just want to believe that you're a perfect little princess. And sometimes, the truth is dangerous. Her gaze shifted to Naruto with narrowed eyes, and with all due respect, Moon, withholding information about Glossaric and the spell book has put us all in danger. Hekapu cut the queen off with a glare and Lekmit bleated. Why yeah. Rhombulus stuttered nervously, like the goat said. I assure you, I had every intention of, Moon defended. Every intention of what? The forger of scissors jabbed her finger in front of the queen's face. I had everything under control. The queen shouted. How dare you hide something like that? Hekapu shouted. I wasn't trying to hide anything. Moon retorted and they kept arguing. No one noticed that Star and Naruto sneaked to the window before she summoned Cloudy. Hey, Star. Cloudy grinned. Hey, Naruto. Hey, Cloudy. Star pushed her boyfriend onto the cloud before she crawl on. Let's, get the bloody hell out of here. Okay. The smiling cloud flew across the kingdom with blondes. As soon as they get back at Diaz's household from Muni, Star threw herself on her bed to muffle her humiliated scream in the pillows and Naruto sit down next to her, rubbing her back. Marco peeked in to see the couple before he approached them with a smile. Hey, guys, how was song day? Did you have great time? Great isn't how I'd put it. Naruto winced to the brunette's puzzlement. Star lifted her head up. I bloody hate fucking song day. Her head dropped back in her pillow with another muffled scream. Long story short, everyone found out that Ludo had the spellbook and their queen and king were keeping it secret from them. The mixed teenager explained. Not only that, it turned out Rubaiyat stole and looked through her diary for song materials, which he just announced to the world about my septarian heritage and who's my father. Ooh, the brunette winced. I don't wanna be you right now. Same. Naruto sighed. I'm so sorry. Star wrapped herself around her boyfriend's waist, lying on his laps. If I have hide my diary better, that will never happen. Hey, it wasn't your fault. The mixed teenager patted his girlfriend's head. It was this jerk's fault. He shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I mean reading someone's diary and use it as a song. Marco crisscrossed his waving arms, so wrong and uncalled for. Yeah, you're right. The magical girl sighed out as she rolled onto her back. Marco, can you please leave my room? I wanna go sleep and pray it's all nightmare when I wake up. Sure. The brunette nodded as he leaves the room with a wave. Sorry about what happened. Hope it'll get better. The door closed. Want me to change your clothes? Naruto removed her high heel shoes. Yes, please. Star exhaled out. Once you're done, spoon me and tuck us in. Yes, dear. He kissed her forehead and the magical girl gave out another sigh. She hope it don't get too big after tonight. Several days later at night, there was a large party in Diaz's house with many teenagers because they were celebrating the end of school year. Pretty crazy year, huh? A girl said. No more math. A boy cheered. Trying to find someone to give me a ride to summer school. Another boy grumbled. So, I was, like, look, Principal Skeeves, I'll start wearing pants when you start winning gold medals. Chet said to Justin, know what I mean. They laughed together. The year sure flies by so fast. Naruto sipped his soda before he noticed Sabrina tried to write someone's yearbook with casts. Ouch. What happened to her? A horrible mishap with a cheerleading routine. Marco replied with plate of nachos, not very pretty sight. He looked around, where's Star? She's coming down in few minutes. The blonde said, she's inviting some of her friends over. He paused, while avoiding her mum's calls. Oh, the brunette uttered. Hey, Marco, Naruto. Jackie approached them, what you doin'? Just hanging around, Marco said before a odd question appear in his head. Jackie, can I ask you something? Why are all these people acting like everything's normal? 'Cause everything's normal. The skaters steal a nacho chip from the brunette's plate. You should try those. She noticed that he haven't touched them yet, they're delicious. I'm curious, what do you mean by that? Naruto asked his friend. Magic, the fact that many dimensions actual exist and etc. Marco said, before you and Star show up, it was all normal, then I got my mind blow away so many times. Not that I mind because it's cool, I mean. It's so weird that everyone here just accept it right away without asking a single question about it. Is this all 'cause you're embarrassed of your parents? Jackie gestured to Marco's parents as they danced to hip-hop music goofy in 80s outfit. That's certainly not helping, but, the Latino teenager stared in horror, no. Well, about your question, it's pretty simple for me because I'm used to everything to point that it's normal, since I was a baby. Naruto shrugged. I can't speak for everyone in this town but I decide to roll with everything from the very day Star joined our school. The skater shrugged relaxingly, I mean, finding out that magic exists. Awesome. Monsters and fictitious creatures are real. More awesome. What would make it the most awesome is if the aliens exist. Oh, they're real. The mixed teenager sipped his soda nonchalantly. Really? Jackie gasped gleefully. Really? Marco gave him a funny look. Yes, really. Naruto pulled his phone out then showed them a picture of four-eyed overweight brown alien with 10 years old Naruto. He crashed near my house and have to stay for few days to fix his spaceship. He was pretty weird but nice. I fucking can't believe it. The brunette smacked his face as the skater whistled impressively, what's next? Mythical gods and goddesses exist. Didn't you met Father Time? The mixed teenager pointed out, technically, he's a one. You know what? Marco pushed the plate into Jackie's hands, take it all. I give up. Look like you're having a Marco moment. Jackie chuckled at his reaction. Yeah, I'm having a Marco moment. The Latino teenager's shoulders slumped, yeah. All right, well, you can tell me all about it on the way to the kitchen. Jackie dragged Marco into the kitchen, I want some more of these little hot dogs. Hey, Star appeared next to Naruto as she looked little nervous. Hey, Naruto wrapped his right arm around her and she leaned in closer against his chest, causing her to become less nervous. Still worried about what your folks think? Yeah, she confirmed, they're not tolerant like me when it come to monsters, even if they're half. I know my mom well enough to know that she might demand me to break up with you, which I will never do ever. Me too, I'd never ever break up with you no matter what. The mixed teenager said as they snuggled for a while, so, any friends of your coming over? Yeah, Ponyhead, Kelly and Jana are coming over. Star smiled, although I have to beg Jana until she caved in. When are they going to be here? He asked curiously. In about 10 minutes or so. She thinked deeply. The party continue on after Star's friends show up and most teenagers enjoy the company of Ponyhead and Kelly. Some would say that they also notice that Jana have been avoiding Marco since she got here, even the brunette himself notice it. And they throw Rubery in dungeon. Ponyhead said to Star, I'm not surprised they didn't execute him right away. Like, he just read your diary and blab it to the world, hello. I know. Star groaned. Right, and I'm more surprised that your boyfriend's a half monster. The floating head said before she turned to Naruto, I'm cool with you if that's what you're worried about. Yeah, human need to stop freak out about how all monsters are evil. Kelly drinks a soda, she have lose counts of how many times people react badly when they meet some of her monster friends. Thanks, Naruto replied. I'm so glad that you two are okay with Naruto. The magical girl exhaled with relief before Jana joined them with annoying expression, hey, Jana, what's wrong? Jackie kissed Marco and wants to make some plans for summer together. Jana grumbled, arg. Oh, Ponyhead stared at the mischievous girl, that sucks. But why should we care about Turd? He's so, lame and. Don't you call him Turd. The mischievous girl shoves her face in front of Pony's face with a hiss, he's not lame and whatever else you think he is. Okay, chill, girl. The floating head backs slightly away from her, damn. How about we get something to eat and drink? Star gently pushed Jana to snack table together. Several minutes later, a pair of exciting squeals almost drains the sounds of party out before Raphael and Angie pop up with silly celebration dance around Naruto. It went through. Raphael waved his arms above his head. Yes. Angie pumped her arms sideways back and forth, yes. Mom, Dad, what's going on? Marco asked his parents confusingly, most partygoers looked confused and curious. The adoption paper has been approved. His mother cheered. See. The bulky man grinned widely, you're a brother now. Oh, that's great, the brunette smiled before he dropped it with a rapid blink, wait, what? You made a big decision without me. Add potion. WHO. Naruto. Angie and Raphael hugged the said teenager. Surprise. Naruto grinned toothy with light under his face as Marco stared at him with gaped face before he looked down at Ferguson questioningly. The chubby teenager was holding a flashlight from the floor. Oh, sorry. Ferguson crawled away across the floor, looking for Alfonso's contacts. Carry on. Angie, let's go find the "Welcome to Family" banner. Raphael raced out to the backyard with his wife in tow. Wah, Marco stuttered. Your parents decide to adopt me since my father is dead and they don't want me to go into the system when I get back to UK. Naruto said to the stuttering brunette and anyone who listened in, as you know, there is no alive family member on my mum's side and my father's side are not allowed to take me in because of their criminal activities. I mean, my uncle is an assassin and my grandma is a wanted felon so, he shrugged, and beside, it's kinda temporary until I turn 18. The Latino teenager closed his mouth for few minutes before he opened it again. You're going to prank me every day and make my life hell, aren't you? Oh, yeah, big time. The mixed teenager smirked teasingly, that's what brothers do, am I right? Fuck. Marco tilted his head back to the ceiling and his now adopted brother snickered at his future sufferance. Wow, that's awesome. Star grinned at them, I'm so happy for you too. Thanks, Star. Naruto smirked at her while the Latino teenager kept screaming, fuck, to the ceiling as Jackie pat her boyfriend's back with an amused smile. 20 minutes later after the adoption news, Marco finally recovered from the shock and he looked around at his surrounding until he noticed Jana walk into the kitchen. The brunette decided to approach her in the kitchen, hey, Jana. Marco lifted his hand up but the said girl just ignored him and she was about to bolt the room but he grabbed her wrist with worried expression. Jana, can we talk? Marco, let go of me. Jana muttered, refused to look at him. Did I do something wrong to make you mad at me? He asked but she refused to say anything, please, talk to me. I can't believe I'm saying it, you're my best friend and I care about you and. Don't you get it? She suddenly spun to face him with a glare as she yanked her hand free. I've been trying to make you notice me for years and years but no. The only girl you ever look at is someone that is not me. I have been trying to tell you about how I feel but you never ever listen or even notice because all you think, talk and care about is Jackie. She pointed herself then at general direction out of the kitchen as Marco take a step back with raised hands. You act like there's only one girl in the whole fucking world. What are you talking about? Marco stuttered in pure confusion. God, you're so fucking stupid. Jana screamed, I have a crush on you. I love you for a long time. The Latino teenager dropped his jaw with widened eyes, but I guess I'm not this special or cool enough for you. She panted heavily at the gaped boy before she turned away from him. I'm fucking out of here. She stomped out past the gasping partygoers, Jackie who looked stunned, and out of the house. Everyone have heard everything. At that, Marco just fainted from the overwhelming news he received in one night. Should we go after her? Naruto asked his girlfriend as he glanced between the fainted boy and opening front door. I think we'll leave her alone for now. Star looked up to him, just to let her cool off. I'll check on her tomorrow. Okay. The worried mixed teenager scratched the back of his head. Hey, I'm going up to my room to get something, she said after couple minutes. Be right back. Get it? Naruto nodded as they share a kiss before she walk up the stairs and the mixed teenager take another look around at the party that somewhat resumed. After a while, he suddenly hears Star's shout. Naruto, my mom is taking me from Earth forever and forcing me into hiding. Star's shouting suddenly ended. Star. The mixed teenager raced up the stairs and he swiftly kicked Star's door open to see an ordinary bedroom. Star.